Welcome back, everyone. This is Akanar with more blueprints. This is day 36. It's time for us to get going here. Let's jump into it. And day 35 was a lot of fun. If you somehow missed day 35, I highly recommend it, as I usually do, of course. But I was so jazzed. I was so geeked out for like the rest of the day after last episode, because getting to draft 20 dead ends, we made it a reality. It was so much fun. I cannot say it enough how much it was. Such a difficult draft. It might have been the most difficult draft that we've had so far. It was tough, and yeah, I enjoyed it a lot. There is in fact a portrait of Trinsdale here, isn't there? Or is it Reddington? I think it's Trinsdale, though, as per our final exam results, which I decided to do another impromptu notes review session. If that is something that you're interested in, if you're one of the Roundtable Night members on the channel, you can check that out. But I did do another notes review because I wanted to go over the results of our final exam, since we didn't actually get an answer key back on day 35. So I went over those answers myself to do some studying for the next time we get to our to redo our final exam, because we do have to ace it at some point. There were also some other things, including some sigil sleuthing, trying to put together the sigils that what we know about the sigils so far, which is not as much as I was hoping, or at least I haven't figured out as much as I had hoped yet. But we'll talk about all that as we go. We'll get into those details a little bit more. Let's see what we've got for our outer room. Aha! And there is a shrine. That's kind of the outer room that I was hoping to see, if not a tomb. We're very interested now in the tomb, now that we know that there's another spot that we need to light up some candles. How did I miss that for so long? But the shrine is the one that I'm most interested in. This set of Root Cellar and Tool Shed are cool, but not today, because we've got some coins to spend, and I might just spend those coins right this moment. But we also know that with the shrine, there's a new thing here. There's a new thing. The cursed coffers, correct? Do I recognize any of these symbols on the cursed coffers? I think I asked this to myself when I bought it in the gift shop the first time, and I do not recognize any of these symbols. I love the hands. The hands coming out of this little pool of water here. Oh no, it's coming to grab the cursed coffers. All right, this I might, by clicking this, bring about ruin and destruction upon the world. This might be just, it might not even be Pandora's box. You just touch the thing and all of a sudden your life is ruined. But I'm gonna take that chance here and see what happens when I try to open this. Wow, the trunk is locked. Something tells you it should stay that way. Wow. So there is in fact a lock now, I see. That is there, and it would use one of our keys. We had 4 keys from our clock tower on day 35. Wow. I'll admit, I'm nervous. I am not necessarily in the market for opening up. What kind of curse? Like, this is gonna make our run more challenging, isn't it? It's gonna make it, I don't know how much more challenging, but this, I think, is connected to cursed mode. Has to be, doesn't it? And that's one of our trophies. We do have to, am I in the market for going for another trophy today? Because I feel like if we open this, we're definitely gonna be saddled with something that I may not like and I may not enjoy. Do I want to open this box? Like, if it works like the shrine blessings, then this could be something that we're stuck with for, you know, some number of days. It could be the entire week that we're going to be stuck with whatever comes out of the cursed coffers. What do I want to do here? Okay, let's do this. Before we think about our final answer on opening this box. Let's do what I was already planning to do, which is donate 70 of my coins. I was already thinking to myself, we're going to have a whole stash of coins to start the day with here. Why don't we start our day with whatever blessing that we get? And we'll see if it's a blessing. Like I part of my notes review, I was rechecking the blessings of the shrine, and one of them is the blessing of the monk. The blessing of the monk allows you to call it a day in one of your rooms in the house, and then the following day, that room gets offered here in the outer room. And when I initially read that in the drafting strategy way back when we first found that, I thought, oh, that's kind of a cool blessing. And then we have this note. Let me see if I can pull this up here, actually. I'm going to try start doing this more often, is just bringing up my notes on screen during the run so that we can look at them together. I have this keyboard shortcut now that I can use to bring up my notes. I don't know why I wasn't doing this more. I think I have some, like, there's this aversion to like showing my screen, showing like a full screen capture, like something is going to get out onto the internet that I don't want to be there or something like that. But and then I realized, well, wait a second, the viewers probably want to see my notes from time to time. This is the kind of game where we're looking at notes and we're puzzling and thinking things over. So why not? This note, so I'm going to try to do this more. Sorry if you have been hoping I had been doing this sooner, but we're going to do this from this point on, referring to notes. And this note at the end of, or this sketch at the end of Her Ladyship's diary, this is the outer room, isn't it? This is showing us, this is going across the little bridge, and then you got the path up here that goes to the garage and the other part of the west side of the house. This has got to be the outer room. And the fact that it's got these 3 doors here, I don't know exactly what floor plan this is supposed to be, but it got me thinking about the antechamber. And I thought to myself, wait a second, this blessing of the monk, could we call it a day in the antechamber and then actually draft it out here in the outer room? And if we did that, would we be able to open up some, I don't know, some secret doors to another, like we already know there was this like side passage into the trading post that had a whole hidden room. Could there be other hidden rooms that we could access if we somehow got the antechamber to appear out here? Might be a wild idea. Don't tell me for sure, of course, but it's something that I've been thinking about. I do need to remember to put my notes away. That is one risk. Another risk of doing this while you're recording is tabbing back to my game. Although I guess it would be a full screen capture, so it wouldn't be that bad. Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked. Cat Laser Brain thinking about other things. The Blessing of the Monk is very interesting to me, and I'm not sure that I would want to risk screwing that up with Accursed Coffers. But let's see what we get. Let's do 70 coins here, and we're going to get more coins as our day goes. You've got to be kidding me. We just did this. We just did this. Are you kidding me? I don't know if I want to do this again. Okay, I mean, it's RNG. This is how RNG works. If there's no rule that's built into the shrine to, you know, debuff or completely remove the chances of seeing buffs that have been seen previously or recently, then this is what you're going to end up with sometimes. Well, in that case, we didn't get Blessing of the Monk. Not only did we not get Blessing of the Monk, we got one that we've already done. Blessing of the Gardener is fine. Like, it's a fine buff, but yeah, we've done it. So I don't know. I might even like turn it off. Like, you could maybe re-roll this, right? If you wanted to take out your coins. It does give you the option to take back the gold. Maybe we'll do that anyways. Maybe we'll just take it back and see what happens. Does this actually let you re-roll for a different offering? I had speculated that it wouldn't. My instinct was that this is not the kind of game that would let you just re-roll as many times as you want to get the buff that you want. So why don't we do it? And then, I don't know how we want to order this. I don't know how we want to do this. But I think if we take back the gold, we're not going to get anything. So, I'm going to take it back. It actually cursed us. Whoa. Okay, we did not even have to open the cursed coffers to get a curse. Oh my goodness. Whoa, so you'd reject the blessing, and it's not just taking it away. It says you're gonna be straight up cursed instead. So now, each time we draft a bedroom, we're gonna lose 1 step. Okay, that's not the end of the world. Each time you draft a hallway, lose a key. Each time you draft a green room, lose a gem. And each time you draft a shop, lose 1 coin. Some of these curses are not like the other. Some of these are not like the other, but then the one at the end, oh my god. Each time you draft a red room, lose all of the above. And the curse does in fact last for 2 days. Oof. Okay. Wow. Wow. And there's no take backsies like I thought. I did not. I mean, I thought there was going to be no, like, you can't re-roll your buff. But I did not think it was going to curse us for doing this. Bro. And now? Do you want another curse on top of the one that you already got? Do you want another? Would you like another, sir? What? In for a penny, in for a pound? Right? Oh. Oh. We do not have the right key. This key does not fit. Probably for the best. Whoa. We've been cursed, dude. Oh my god. Wow. Wow. Draft a red room and lose it all. All your steps in one go. We cannot draft a single, we cannot draft a single red room today. Boy, do we need to get our hands on our coat check or what? Holy shit. This doesn't open unless you have the right key. What key could that be? Unintentional rhyme. Wow. Wow. So this is curse mode, huh? Okay. We're playing cursed mode, folks. The wrath, we have incurred the wrath of the shrine. How dare you reject my beneficence? How dare you reject and show this ungratitude toward the blessing of the gardener? Man, Danny Ravain has probably put that in. They are not going to reject the blessing of the courtyards. If they do, they're going to regret it for the rest of their miserable existence. It's never going to live them down, bro. Holy shit. That's crazy. Okay, storeroom versus break room versus library. The library is an interesting room now. Well, maybe it's not that interesting because it's no longer as interesting of a room because we've read all the books. There might be some stuff that's worth reviewing from time to time, but we have read it all. But it still has a fun effect of being able to draft less common floor plans. So that's cool. Now, the curse did not cover any blue rooms, right? So if we stuck to only blue rooms, then we're golden, but there's a lot of good blue rooms. But we can't completely avoid all of the other colors today, can we? Oh my god, imagine drafting an aquarium by accident, forgetting that it's a red room. Holy shit, dude, this is nuts. I don't think we need to prioritize the storeroom when we're already sitting at this level of resources. So it's between, I think, you could make the same case for the break room because it's just getting you keys. But it does, on average, get you 2 keys instead of 1, and it's still the resource that we lack the most of outside of dice. But it also has the effect at the end of the day, which we love getting our security key card. So I feel like I'm leaning toward the break room, but I'm also thinking about the library because maybe we want to go for less common floor plans. I think I will settle on the break room, though. Let's go with the additional keys. Maybe it'll give us a silver key or some special key or something like that, but I think I want to do the break room and have that option to call it a day. Although, maybe we'll, like, we know there's other rooms now, like certain bedrooms that have interesting call it a day effects. So we might, the break room might have some competition. So curse trophy, reach room 46 in curse mode. We're actually kind of now in, we're interested in getting back to room 46, aren't we? Because now we're in curse mode. So this could be a trophy. Interesting. I was so not expecting this to be how we got curse mode. I thought we might open the cursed coffers and interact with it in some way. Wow. What key are we going to need for that? Is it a key that I know about? Could it be in the music room? Like, is it a major key now that could spawn there in the music room? Now that we've purchased the cursed coffers? Don't answer that. Huh. Okay. So let's go ahead and draft the rest of the entrance hall. We're going to try to draft a den over on this side, I think. Or security. One or the other. I think I will take security. Security makes sense to me. This could start us down the duct room path. Drafting the passageway is going to cost us a key now. We axed the passageway. It doesn't cost any gems anymore, but it's going to cost us a key. We're going to take security, though, because I have another thing from the notes review that we did. I have an idea. I had received some nudges. I had been receiving some nudges about security on a couple different occasions recently, and I hadn't quite thought yet. I hadn't quite realized what, well, maybe I still don't know, but I hadn't quite had any realizations on what I was supposed to do in security. I think I have an idea now. So let's take security. We have plenty of gems here to be able to afford that. And then I think we just draft the other side of the entrance hall, and we're like, okay, if it's a dead end, like the coat check. Let's see what we get here. A nursery as well could be okay. It cost us 1 step to draft bedrooms, but I think I like this idea here. The nursery could have some gems in it as well. So drafting bedrooms today and going this route feels like an okay start to our draft. And I don't have to get a reading nook per se when we already have a break room, and the bedroom before the nursery doesn't really make any sense. So let's just take the nursery. And I do see the little icon down there that says -1 step. Haha. But we do get a gem back. So we kind of broke even on that, basically. So, cursed mode. This is going to be kind of fun. I'm looking forward to this now. To adding a little bit. I'm always up for a challenge, given if it's the right level of challenge, and I think this one is a good one. True is in italics. True is in italics. I'm wondering if this is maybe something that we need to do in my next notes review, or if I might just do this on my own. But there are random italicized words in a lot of different books that we've read. And I'm wondering if I just need to take note of all of the italicized words. Like, this could just be here for emphasis in the narrative. That would totally make sense, right? It's not a completely random word that's italicized. It's one that you could realistically see the speaker emphasizing. The only true color. So that might not be part of a clue. It could just be my brain looking for patterns where there are none. But it's something that is on my mind because I think I was looking through some other library books as we were reviewing the final exam results, and I was just wondering, why are there italicized words? Why? Okay, which direction do we want to go? We probably start in security. Let's start in security because if nothing else, I want to be able to try my idea. Because my idea was, well, the nudge that I received was talking about the notes. So yeah, let me bring up my notes again here, and we can look at this note from the safe house as well as the note from the attic. And these were the notes that had given me this idea about, okay, maybe it's about the Swan Song password. We need to delete the A and delete the O from that password because we have the monitors that spell Swan Song because of the rooms that are on the screens. And then that didn't work. Swan Song without an A and without an O didn't work. And the nudge that I received was about looking at these notes again. And I don't remember exactly what the wording was, but it was basically what monitors are displayed on the notes and what might you be overlooking. And I had to think about that for quite some time. And then it finally occurred to me that, of course, there are more than just 8 monitors on this note. I had overlooked, or I hadn't really been thinking about the monitors down here, just because I got laser focused, hyper-focused brain zeroes in on Swan Song, which we know is the admin password. And so I just thought, well, these other monitors don't really spell a word, so they're not important. They're like some letters, just consonants that don't really spell anything. And then I realized, what do they spell? What do they spell? We've got a hallway, and we've got security, and we've got the showroom. We've got HSS. And then I remembered we went to the lavatory last time, and on the towel in the lavatory are the initials HSS. Herbert S. Sinclair. And I finally realized, wait a second, they do kind of spell something. It's Herbert's initials. And then I had even said last episode when we drafted the lavatory, I looked at the towel and I said, we've got our sus S here. And I had this wild idea. I said, what if that S really is sus? What if the S, just like the A, just like removing A from Swan, and just like removing O from song, what if you're supposed to remove the S from HS? That would give you an 8-letter password, wouldn't it? Which would be perfectly centered in our terminal entry here. God damn it. God damn it. Shit. Man, I had really convinced myself that that was going to work. We could try something else. We could try not deleting the S. Maybe the S is not sus, and maybe my desire to have perfectly centered things, the fact that this is like one character skewed off to the right, maybe is not a big deal. Maybe you're not supposed to delete that sus S. Maybe you just leave it in there because all of the initials in our wonderful great uncle's name are important. God damn it. Shit. I thought I was onto something, guys. I thought I was onto something, and now I'm probably need some real help. Because now I am back to square one. I'm back to square one because Swan Song is clearly spelled here. Delete the A, scribble out the O, but then add an HSS. I don't know what we're supposed to do with that. Is it actually a password? If so, where do I enter it? Because it's not the password for security. It wouldn't be the password for the grotto, would it? That doesn't make any sense to me. I don't get it. There's also a trunk somewhere, but I think that must be the cursed coffers. I wonder if that's counting the cursed coffers, because I have not seen a trunk. I could be blind. Maybe there's a trunk in the break room. We'll find out here, I guess, eventually, but that's disappointing. I'm a little bummed. Dopamine levels going down, just like the security level. I am... What are we going to do about this? So yeah, so if you're... Riley, if you're the one, you are the one who's been nudging about the security room. If you're able to come up with something that continues your... Riley has a good way about leaving vague hints and nudges, but this one I'm still not picking up on. So good luck on the next stage of your nudging regarding security. I am open to nudges on this, but you know, just leave them in the right spoiler tags. If other people want to offer nudges as well, just leave them with the right spoiler tags and security room nudge below sort of thing. Just so I have a chance to mull things over on my own. As you all know, that's the process here. But let's get back. I should have gone back to the security menu because we want to keep doing our special order. The special order for the magnifying glass makes supreme sense for the fact that we want to not just look at stuff, because we could have missed stuff on details like stamps and other things. We also want to look at a stamp in the freezer at some point. Not today, because we're not going to get the freezer today. But we also want to make a burning glass. And I feel like a metal detector is generally easier to get our hands on. It would have been a lot easier to get our hands on if we had 8 more courtyards in our pool. that would have been a nice thing to have. But no, we our ungrateful little self had to go and do something different. Let's do some laboratory experiments as well, right? Is there ever, like, you wouldn't ever get the shelter without the laboratory, I don't think. So you need to do the laboratory first. And the laboratory is less common for us these days, so I think we just take it from the Blackbridge Grotto remote terminal access capability and see what we get, because we might need all the help we can when we're in Gerst mode. All right, these effects here. Permanently add 1 gold to your allowance is always a good one. Lose 10 steps and gain 20 gold. Not really something we're interested in. Setting our steps to 40. Probably not something we're interested in either when we already took the nursery. So it's probably just the adding gold to our allowance. We already had the chance to sink our gold into the shrine. So if we don't get another gold sink, like, there's not really that many gold sinks at this point that we're, like, we do the showroom, we spend our gold there, and then what are we interested in after that? Like, there's a good chance we get a treasure trove, which has, like, 50 gold in it now, and we might even get our hands on a vault. Like, there's other ways for us to get gold. We don't have to do this. So, and we might need the steps. If we're going to get to room 46, we might need the steps to go down to the inner sanctum and open up the Rogue Moon door. How is this going to work, though? Yeah, if we're going to... Like, the secret garden is something we would definitely be interested in. Get both 2 different doors to the antechamber open. So, okay, so now hallways are not something we want to draft. We don't want to lose keys when we have no key card. Whenever you spend 2 or more gems drafting a room, yeah, that's fine, probably. Each time you eat an apple. We're not doing the classrooms. This could be very good when we have a schoolhouse. But otherwise, I think this is probably the smart one, right? 2 gems or more procs very often, except we did axe a couple of our rooms that classify as two gem rooms. One downside to the axe. So, okay, but I think this is the one I want to go with. Let's go with the basically pure upside, because it's not forcing us to draft hallways and lose keys. So, okay, there we go. That is, I think, how we want to roll. And then we'll come back to the break room to pick up our keys at some point. But let's keep drafting through security, and we'll see what we get in rank 2 first. That's a courtyard that is positioned perfectly. So I think we take it. But we could also take a workshop and say, well, what? What do I want to make? I don't necessarily, like, we don't have the tomb, so I don't have to make a burning glass today. And I don't really have a big pressing urge to invent anything. It's just that, you know, inventions can be helpful to, they can be helpful to your overall progress. But I feel like I'd rather just draft the doors and get the extra gem. Oh, but the problem is that is when I forgot about this curse. I need to remind myself, but I think it's you lose a gem when you draft green rooms. So this is actually a wash. Getting the courtyard here is we break even on gems, I think. So the workshop is basically the same as the courtyard here if you end up drafting like an elbow out of security, which I would probably want to do anyways. The courtyard gives us the ability to draft a dead end out of security. It's probably, I guess the courtyard does, like, it's a room that you might get security doors if it were on the higher ranks. So if you draft it now, you lock out the possibility that it's going to block your progress by not having a key card. So maybe that's a good reason to do it. And the workshop is common, so there's a good chance that we'll still see the workshop offered at some point. I think I will settle for the courtyard, even with the extra penalty from the curse. I think it is fine here. That is a heavy penalty, though, -1 gem. But I don't have to go there just yet. Let's draft this room next to the other room out of security. And now we get a commissary. But this is the commissary is a good pickup because it's a commissary. We get taxed a coin, which is far less imposing than taxing a gem. So I think I gladly take that because we need places to spend our coins. And the commissary likely gets us gems. So I think that's a good pickup, even though it's sort of like competes for the same. Where my efficient brain always is worried about, 2 doors going to the same grid space, but it's not that big of a deal. Okay, we do get a shovel to be able to dig stuff up, which I like. So I think we probably just buy everything. I think we're going to need the additional gems today just to counteract. Let's see, we're going to get that, and we're going to get a shovel, right? Because the shovel gives us chances to dig up keys, which we're also going to need a lot of. We'll buy our magnifying glass. And then we have 8 gems and 55 coins. I think we just buy all the gems. And we don't wait for like a coupon book or something. It's fine. If we get a showroom later, we'll only need to pick up 10 coins to get an ornate compass if we so choose. And yeah, that seems fine. Do I draft from here or from the courtyard? I don't think it makes a difference. I think I draft from the courtyard because then if there's an elbow that I want that's pointing upward, I could take it. And that gives me an extra door into rank 3. So, we get a sledgehammer as well. Beautiful. Okay, so trunks. Could we break the trunk out in the shrine? I'm kind of curious, to be honest. I'm gonna dig these up. I might want to go out to the shrine and see if the padlock. Something tells me probably not, but it is a pretty tiny padlock. It is a very, very small padlock, guys. I don't see why we couldn't break that with the sledgehammer. If this were real life, yo, that's a clock tower. Okay, we're taking the clock tower because a guy's bedroom is good, but I wanted to test something. And maybe I'm going to take it. And let's go inside. Because the clock tower is a room that I had wondered about. Well, I've been wondering about it. Let me just quickly race up here and see what is in here, if anything. There's a lockpick kit. What time is it? That is... So it's not 1 o'clock yet. Which means it's not 1:30 yet. So we got here before 1:30, did we not? Like, I know I'm a slow drafter. I'm gonna check my recording time here. I know I'm a slow drafter, but the day starts at like, what, 8 a.m.? Maybe 9 a.m.? And I think we're here before the clock has like gone to like 1:30 a.m. or something. Like, I don't think I've taken so long that we've somehow already gone past a 12-hour initial cycle and gone even farther to the 1 a.m. time slot. So this, I think, is just a normal... The reason I'm talking about being here before 1:30 is that was my next idea. My next thought, because I have received another nudge from, also from Riley, about the clock tower. The nudge is that time is of the essence. Time is of the essence. And so my thought was, well, do I have to draft this before 1:30? Because usually when I hear time is of the essence, that means, like, don't waste time. Like, get with it. Get going. We got here, though, before 1:30, I think. It's just about to be 1:30, in fact, isn't it? Well, I guess we're going to wait around and see if there's anything that happens at 1:30 this time around. I guess we'll take our lockpick kit. That's a nice pickup, especially if we're going to be losing keys today by drafting hallways. Is there any chance that I have missed some switches or something in this room? Levers or something else that I could interact with anywhere in this room that I'm just completely overlooking? Is that possible? I don't think so. It feels like... It doesn't feel like that kind of a room. Is there something that happens somewhere in the room? Yo, what the fuck? You gotta be kidding me. Wait, what? 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 Okay. I need to hydrate. One sec. Let me get this straight. Let me get this straight. Are you telling me that the key was to draft this thing before the initial 1:30? Draft the clock tower before the clock hits 1:30 so that you are in there when it first hits 1:30 during the day? Because we waited... I mean, I could be crazy, but did we not just 2 episodes ago wait for the clock to strike 1:30 and nothing happened? So my mind is asking, what's the difference? What was different? It sure seems like the difference was we went straight to the clock tower at the beginning of the day and we hit at 1:30 p.m. So who knows, like when we waited before, it might have been 1:30 a.m. and maybe that's a difference. 1:30s are not the same necessarily. Okay, guys, well, in whatever case, we finally did the thing that we needed to do with the clock tower. Now, there's no sanctum key yet. We don't have a sanctum key just yet, but we have a whole bunch of red and blue notes. Let's start reading. We can set these clocks? Each of these clocks should be set to a different time? I can adjust the clocks. Oh my God, you gotta be kidding me. Oh my God. All right. So each of these clocks should be set to a different time. Blue note. 5 of these clocks should be set to a time ending on the hour, as in 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. Okay, on the hour. Now then you have a red note. Set this clock to a time containing all different numbers. Since it's a red note, does that mean that the clock needs to be set to a time containing all the same number? That's going to be my initial assumption, but it, you know, the way that these statements can be negated, it could just mean don't set this clock to a time containing all different numbers. So it could be like, you know, 231. No, sorry, 233. 233. That would have two of the same number, one number that's different. So, but we can try both and see if we have to. This clock's neighbors should both be set to a time containing a 7. I kind of like these sorts of puzzles. I like these. This is going to be fun, I think. This clock's neighbors should both be set to a time containing a 7. Okay. I don't know if there's going to be a unique solution to all this. Will there be a unique solution, or could we potentially come up with multiple different solutions depending on what we decide to choose? This clock should not be set on the hour. In other words, this clock should be set on the hour. Okay? And it should contain a 7. That's a constraint that is pretty tight, isn't it? It has to be then that this clock is 7 o'clock, I think. I think this one is actually a very strict... Oh, and the music kicks in as soon as I start adjusting clocks. And I can hold it, good. 7 o'clock. I think that one's how that should be. All right, moving along. None of these clocks should be set to times that contain the number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Whoa. By the way, Cat Laser Brain here, thinking back to my notes, I'll pull them up on screen here, but I had been in my notes review going through the security email logs. I think it was security, I believe. Was it security? It was in fact security. If I bring this up here and show the email about the email from Ann Babbage to Mr. Darren. If you have any more of those red and blue memo sheets, the Baron has requested a handful of each for a new project he's working on in the clock tower. We now know what this was about. So this was a good email. I'm glad that I reviewed this. I don't know that it necessarily helped me solve getting into this room, but it was fun that that was something that we reviewed just recently. This clock should not be set, sorry, this clock should be set to a time that contains the same 3 numbers of another clock here, but in reverse order. Okay, that's an interesting constraint. And finally, a red note that is handwritten, which means it's true, correct? The clocks are positioned so that their times will go up in ascending order. Oh. All right. So with those constraints in mind, how can we put all these together? This is one hell of a we need a randomized optimization algorithm that's going to run here to figure out the solution. But I think we know that this must be a 7 o'clock. And so if they're in ascending order, I mean, I'm going to assume that it's ascending order left to right. That seems the natural assumption for my English reading brain. Each of the clocks should be set to a different time. 5 have to be on the hour. This clock needs to maybe be set to like 3:33 or 4:44 or 5:55, something like that. And maybe 5:55 makes a lot of sense. This clock's neighbors, though, should both be set to a time containing a 7. Okay, so then that actually does make things... So I see. So this, my initial suspicion might be correct. Like, I'm thinking it could be this. It could be like this. That would be one that has 2 of the same digit and 1 of a different digit. And it would contradict this note here that says set them all to different numbers. Well, not all of them are different numbers. 2 of them are the same number. But it has to contain a 7, and you can't do 777. That's not a time. You can't make them all the same number and abide by this constraint. So I feel like this works. We could also do 447 or 557 if we needed to. So let's just leave it there for now. And then maybe we could set 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 5 o'clock. What else do we have? Oh, none of these clocks. I forgot about this constraint. None should be set to times that contain the number 1, 2, 3, or 4. That is a hell of a constraint. Because now, I mean, it sort of simplifies things, though. It kind of makes things a little bit easier for us because we know that this now has to be 557. I think that's a has to. I'm liking this. This kind of puzzle is fun. It feels a little bit like Sudoku or something. Like it's a logic puzzle ultimately. It's you have this time has to be, maybe it's not a logic puzzle, but it's whatever the type or categorization of puzzle. I like it. So far. We'll see what happens when I'm stuck an hour from now. Still haven't solved the thing. This clock should be set to a time that contains the same 3 numbers of another clock here, but in reverse order. So I wonder if that could be this one, right? It could be 7:55. This clock should not be set on the hour, which means it has to be set on the hour. And so this one has to be 7. This one here could be, the other constraint we know they have to be in ascending order. So let's say this one is set to the same 3 of another clock, but in reverse order. Let's say we take this one and make it 7:55. Let's see if we do that. So 7. And then 55. So if this has to be 7 and this has to be 7:55, then this could just be 7:50. That is allowed because it doesn't contain a 1, 2, 3, or 4, and it would be in ascending order. So we could do that. Now we still need, how many? 5 altogether that are on the hour. 5 of these clocks should be set to a time ending on the hour, and they each have to be a different time. Those are pretty relaxed, pretty chill constraints. I think I get this now. So, but here's the thing. We still can't use a 1, 2, 3, or 4. Can't use a 1, 2, 3, or 4, which means that 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, and 12 o'clock are not allowed. How do you get... You would have to use 8 o'clock and 9 o'clock, right? If this one has to be... This one has to be reverse of something else. It has to be reverse, but it also has to be in ascending order. You really need to be able to use 9 o'clock. And you need to be used... Hold on, how do you... It means you have to use 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 o'clock on the hour, correct? Because none of the other ones work. You can't use 1, 2, 3, or 4, and you can't use 10, 11, or 12. Because those all contain one of the disallowed digits. Has to be 5, 6. So then, let's see, this one, all different numbers. We know this one has to contain a 7, and it has to be all different numbers. And we said this, I think this has to be 557. And this has to be, I don't know if my sound, I think the game actually just glitched out a little bit. Sometimes my headphones glitch out and I have a little bit of sound loss, but I think that was you all as well. For some reason, a little bit of a frames hiccup, but we're fine. Momentarily interrupted my thought process because, I mean, this has to be a 6 o'clock, doesn't it? Based on what we're doing here, doesn't this have to be 6 o'clock? Because otherwise we're never gonna... Oops. Otherwise we're never actually... God damn it, I did it again. Now it's become a minigame of just trying to exactly land, and I'm exactly land on 6 o'clock, and so far... There we go. Boom. I was a little bit late on my parry timing. I mean, my clock timing. So I feel like one of these has to be 5 o'clock, right? One of these has to be 5 o'clock, but then where do I find the room to fit 8 o'clock? Does 8 o'clock have to be here? But then it can't, because this is in between. Crap. I can't use... Oh, wait a minute. I might be making a leap here, because 12 o'clock might not be 12 o'clock. It might be 0 o'clock. No, it is 12 o'clock. We can't do military time. There's no 0:30. So I thought that's how we were gonna get around the Well, there's another thing here though, because it says that they need to be in ascending order. Is it possible that we could do... Is it possible? Because the clock goes around. It cycles around. I don't have to have 9 o'clock over here necessarily. What if I had 8 o'clock here and 9 o'clock here? And then as long as I'm not... Well, I don't know. I could break that rule at any time if I wanted to. I could say like, well, if I put 9 o'clock here and I put 8 o'clock here, they're still in ascending order, because if you wait 11 hours, you get to 8 o'clock. I don't know if that's how this rule is going to work. It doesn't feel like it's in the spirit of the game, but I am making an assumption. I am making an assumption there, which I don't want to necessarily hold tightly to if I can't get the rest of the clocks to fit the way that I want. Okay, so going back again to the middle clocks here. So how many do you have altogether? 8. Of course, it's blueprints. Did I even need to count? There's 8 clocks. The middle, or clocks 3, 4, and 5, I feel pretty strongly about that these are has-tos. If we're interpreting the fact that red memos are false, unless they're handwritten, and blue memos are true, because that's what the security room tells us, then this clock's neighbors should both be set to a time containing a 7. That is correct. But we also know that none of them can contain a 1, 2, 3, or 4. So that means that if this one... Also, we know that this clock should not be set on the hour, except it's a red note, so it should be set on the hour. So it has to be 7 o'clock, doesn't it? It has to be on the hour, and it has to contain a 7. So this has to be 7. This is like our starting point. And then from here, does this have to be a 6? This one, the one next to it here, has to contain a 7. It can't be 117 or 227 or any of those sorts of things. It can't be... Could it be 657? I wonder if it could be 657. I don't think so. Well, maybe it could. If it were 657... No, it can't, because this clock cannot be set to all different numbers. This is a red note. It has to be set to at least a couple being the same number. I hope I'm interpreting that right, which means I think it has to be 557. And if that's true, then and then we apply this last note, which is the clocks are positioned so that their times will go up in ascending order. Then to go from 557 and then to 7 over here, this one has to be in between. Does it have to be 6 o'clock? We need to also use 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 o'clock. But maybe I am... Gosh, if that is true... If that's true... Then you would think that this would have to be 5 o'clock. But then if this is 5 o'clock, then what is this? Because now I'm basically at disallowed times, unless I relax my assumption that this one has to be between... What is my assumption here? I guess my assumption was that this could not be 9 o'clock, because I couldn't like loop around from 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock. But maybe that assumption is false. We could test it. Let's test it and see. This is how you test your assumptions. Or try to falsify them. So if we do operate under what I was just saying a minute ago, where it's like, okay, this is ascending order if I wait 8 hours. Yes. So far, these are all in ascending order. And have I changed one of these to 8 o'clock? I could put this one to 8 o'clock. And if the clocks are allowed to loop around like this, then this would work. Because then I just need to set this clock to sometime between 7:55 and 7 that does not use a 1, 2... Oh, God. Actually, can I do that? Oh, shit. Hold on a second. I actually cannot set this clock to a time... Oh, God. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Because... Is there any... Hold on. So we set this hour to 7, but then if it's before 7:55, there's never going to be a time where there's not a 4 in this. And then if I get to here... Oh, no, there. That would work. That would work. That's right. 750 does not contain a 1, 2, 3, or 4. And as I suspected, that did not activate anything. Nothing's different. So our puzzle is not solved or satisfied. So I think this assumption that I was making, that 9 o'clock should be like over here. Could I actually slightly adjust everything? This clock, the problem is that this clock has to be set to a time that contains the same 3 numbers of another clock, but in reverse order. And it's really hard to do that, or impossible to do that with a time like 5 o'clock. I don't think you can make that. 005 is not a thing with these clocks because we're not allowed to do a 0 hour. We only have a 12 or then a 1. So what clock could I... If this clock is a time that contains the same 3 of another clock but in reverse order... We have a flex clock, I think. If these have to be set to this, if we're saying that this has to be the case, these 3, which I'm going to operate under that right now because I feel that's true. I think that's true. And I feel strongly about that at the moment, but we might revisit that. But if that is true, then that means this clock here... Huh. How do we get... Maybe this... Maybe... If I have 8 clocks and 5 of them have to be on the hour, that means 3 of them are not on the hour. This is one of them here. These are probably not. This one doesn't necessarily have to be. So any time before 5:57... 5:57... 5:57. Like, if I go to 5... I can't have a 1... I can't have a... Oh, could I do it like this? Could I do this? Is this what I need to do? I'm wondering if this is what I need to do. So let's set this... I screwed that up. I wanted to set it to 5 o'clock. I hit the wrong key. So let's set this to 5 o'clock. And then let's set this to 5:08, because the reverse of this could be 8:05. I think. And I think that would let us set... I think we might have it here. Because this here... This doesn't have to be this constraint. This could be 8 o'clock. I think we might have it, guys. This becomes 9 o'clock. And then this one becomes 8:05. Let's fucking go. Is this what I think it is? It is indeed. a Sanctum Key. Okay, Sanctum Key. Get. And apparently it is not in fact random as I thought it was before. I thought this was just going to be something that we eventually find in the clock tower instead of a silver stopwatch or something else. I really like this puzzle. I don't like so much the fact that we had to get to the clock tower before 1:30 and then wait around for 1:30. I'm not as big of a fan of that. But that's just, you know, because I am who I am and I take forever to draft, and I'm the slowest video game player in the world. That's just how I am. Okay, that feels good. We got ourselves a Sanctum Key, folks. And if nothing else, we might end up just using that Sanctum Key on... I think we would want to use it on the door at the end. The very last door of the 8 in the Inner Sanctum. Because, first of all, I might have an idea about... I'll show you guys my sigil progress so far. The sigil table here that we have so far from our notes, our last notes review session. I think I'm pretty confident about the colors for the first 5. And then I think we know the shapes of the cores for each of the... We figured these out based on the geography charts or worksheets from the classroom. And then I've got some of the sigils, I think, or at least some guesses for what sigil I think we get from Realm and Rune. As well as some of the... as my best guess so far on which set of rays and weather. We know what we have for Orinda and Fen in terms of those. And I think we know that Arch Aries is probably going to be stormy weather. And then for Vera, Morajai, and Nuance, I think we know the types of rays, or how many there are going to be, I should say. How many. But then the weather is the part that I am not sure about. So we'll maybe dig into these a little bit more, but I thought it was good to look at this again, since we're here in the clock tower and we've got this part of a sigil that I think is what is it? It's Araja. I think this is the poetic. This is the poetic moat, and I'm pretty sure that this border here is violet. So, and that links up with Araja. And so we know part of what Araja should look like, but we don't really know. This fragment here doesn't have rays on it. Now, what does that mean? If we go to my screenshots and we look at the rays again here, what does that mean? It could mean that the rays are on like one side of the sigil. You know, you could see like horseback. If we're looking at a fragment that's like on the part of, I gotta go to the right screen here, a part of the sigil that wasn't covered by the rays. And like you couldn't have that with the naval capabilities because you've got 8 rays going in every direction. And we would see one of those here on this pottery fragment. But you could have the horseback. Maybe you could have train system or locomotion. And maybe it should be train system locomotion, because didn't we have a set of train tracks that connected Arch Aries down to Araja at one point? And then the railways were destroyed inside of Orinda Aries when it became Fen Aries. And that's why the sigil for Orinda Aries has the train system, but the sigil for Fen Aries has roads, streets, and carriages. It could be that for Araja and Aries, that this is just the train system. So let's maybe put those as tentative. We can put train over here, question mark. Because maybe we don't have to use, it's possible, you know, in my mind I was thinking, well, we're going to have 7 different sigils for 7 different cores. But that doesn't have to be the case, because we already had 2 different sigils for both Fen Aries, or 2 different sets of rays for both Fen Aries and Orinda Aries, which means there's only 5 left if we were in this world where you have to use a different set of rays for each realm. There would be one realm that wouldn't have any rays at all. So it could very well be that both the Raja and Arch Ares are this train system, and that there's some on these that are just red herrings. Some of these sets of raids that are just not going to be used at all. Possible. Possible. What I'm not sure about is the type of weather. What type of ray are we going to have for something like Nuance? I feel pretty strongly that Nuance is dirigible travel, but what type of ray is it? I'm not sure yet. I don't have enough clues yet that tell me if we're dealing with windy weather or rainy weather or regular old weather. And I'm wondering, are we going to have to resort to a brute force? Are we going to have to resort to a brute force there and see what we get? And I still don't know exactly what to make of this note. Southward, I see a swan, ashen like sands of the shore, carried by westerly winds, rogue like the moon of the north. Eastward, I see a crow, dark are the days coming forth. I just don't know yet. Like, I know that there's a rogue moon that we've seen on the geography chart in the classroom, and we've seen swan, crow, sands of the shore in, like, the sands of the shore shows up in an Alzara cutscene. These are hints of stuff that we've seen throughout the game, but I don't know how it all fits together. And dark days are coming forth. Why is that the number 4? What is that a clue about? Is it a clue for anything? Or is it another red herring? We haven't had too many red herrings, but there are certainly things in this game that your mind can just kind of end up using as a red herring. At the very least, we have a Sanctum key from the clock tower, finally. That was so, if we do nothing else this draft, that has been extremely profitable. But we are going to do more things this draft, so let's continue, and let's draft up above the courtyard. Okay, now we can take an observatory, I think. We can take a hallway to lose a key and gain a key if we want to as well. And that's not terrible for us, but why not just take an observatory and get a whole bunch of stuff? Some of it might be stuff that we don't want. I don't know if I would want a Southern Cross, but I might just take it just because, you know, it has been a while since we've drafted, like, the Chamber of Mirrors. I do want to go back to the Chamber of Mirrors at some point, and drafting the Southern Cross would make that more likely to happen. Because I'm curious to see if there are other blueprints. We found, like, the duplicate copies of the Den and the Observatory in the Chamber of Mirrors. Would there be other blueprints that we could get duplicates of? We also have the reading nook once again, and maybe we should be taking that just to stock up. We still have the 2 keys from the break room, but more keys, more better. I'll go ahead though and take the observatory here and see what we get. Let's see what additions we make to our draft today. Okay, that is the sale after I already bought everything in the commissary. But it's fine. It will still apply to... Oh, I don't think it applies to the showroom, actually. I don't think it does. That is the Southern Cross there, which we'll think about getting. This is a Diamondus Major. Good. We love seeing that. We love seeing Clavis the Key, and we love seeing the Farmer's Apple. Those are all strict upsides. And then do we take Southern Cross? I think so. It's been a while since we've done it, and we can't take the weight room. We cannot take the weight room no matter what we do, because that means all our steps go bye-bye, and our day goes bye-bye. So we can't take the weight room in order to get an antechamber lever like we might on other days when we were trying to get to room 46, because we are trying to get to room 46 today. So the Southern Cross does make the archives and the weight room more likely. That is one pretty big downside to it. Maybe I'll hold off on getting the Southern Cross and draft this next room first and see maybe we get an elbow that we want to get. I like that our gem count is nice and high. That's always a good thing no matter what. But it also means that you can take things like the patio and not feel too bad about it. Does the patio make sense here? It kind of does, because there are dig sites in the patio. And also it spreads a gem to the courtyard. So we're spreading 2 gems. We're also paying 2 gems, but not in a way that procs our experiment. So that's a little bit sad. But it's an elbow that points the way we want it. But we could also take a den and just get the gem for free. I think because of the dig sites, I will take the patio here. We can afford that little extra cost incurred by our curse, and we get the extra dig sites to maybe compensate for that by getting us some more keys. Are we ever trying to get back to Lost and Found? It wouldn't be a bad idea to, because I know there's another pottery thing in there that we have a screenshot of, but there might be new stuff in there. We've seen the Mila statue that's moved from the maid's chambers to Lost and Found. So who knows what else might dynamically move to Lost and Found over time. I certainly wouldn't want to ignore this room forever, but I'd love to do it with a knight's shield and with a door that points in a better direction. I'll take the patio here. It fits what I'm trying to do. Let's take the patio, even though it costs us that extra gem. And we will go in this direction, and we'll dig our dig sites, assuming there's multiple. There's usually at least 2. Coins are good. It is funny though getting the sale after we've already gotten the commissary, but it's fine. It is fine. It is so unnerving now when going to the blueprint here and seeing this curse every time. It's a little bit of a feels bad. It's just don't draft a red room. The rest of it we can kind of work through, I think. Just don't draft a red room. Never, ever, ever. Okay, now we could take a den. Could take a second observatory as well. How many stars did we just have? I wish I could check my stars here. It's getting close to 50. So we do want to, I'm very curious to get 50 on the dot. So we obviously don't want to draft a starfish aquarium today because of our curse, but I also might not want to draft it if it were to put me at 50 stars, because I want to see exactly what happens at 50, because it's a new constellation, right? So maybe we should just take another observatory and keep working toward that. I do like, though, that the den gets us the multiple doors in this position. Wouldn't mind taking the kitchen eventually, now that we have the sale. And it could... We're just, we're so mostly unconcerned for steps these days. Even on a day like yesterday where we made so many trips back and forth without running shoes. We made so many trips from the foundation back to the entrance hall and all that sort of stuff running around. We still had enough to do exactly what we wanted without ever using a kitchen, right? So I think I'll settle for the den instead. I'm going to give myself the doors here. And here's the point where I might turn around to fill out my base. I'm always a little bit wary about venturing up into the latter rooms of the house, but I do already have 5 keys. So we could just try to see how far we can get and then just turn around when we run out of keys and get the keys that we have from the break room. Maybe we'll just do that. Let's just keep following this path as it leads. Since we're already so healthy on resources, filling out your base is more of a concern earlier, or on a day when you don't have the freezer carryover and you don't have a healthy stack of gems greeting you, then making sure that you get those additional resources is pretty crucial. Here we can take a locksmith, and now I also forgot we have a lockpick kit. So maybe even taking a locksmith here is overkill, but we do have the sale, right? So the locksmith is that much more valuable. We lose 1 coin, which is fine. And then our key problems are just not a concern at all, even if we draft hallways. I think that's probably what we do. We need to just try to make up a little bit extra for the fact that we're going to be taxed some keys eventually when we have to pick a hallway or multiple of them. Imagine drafting the tunnel today. I'm gonna get a tunnel that's gonna take me straight to the antechamber and spend every single key that I have in the process. The spare master bedroom wouldn't be bad either, just because it's a bedroom that goes with our nursery, and we could save it for later and just get a whole bunch of steps after we've added a bunch of rooms. But the locksmith is the more rare find, and this just completely puts one particular resource constraint to rest for the rest of the day. So the remainder of our day is not concerned about keys. Do I purchase any of those keys now? I think I will purchase one special key, because the special key could be a secret garden key. Is that right? Or am I making that up? Is that wishful thinking? I'm going to take a special key though, because I want a chance at a secret garden key. And if we don't get it, then we have a silver key or a prism key. But we want, yes, beautiful. The secret garden key gets us to the antechamber. That's what this does. It opens the way to the antechamber. I'm not going to buy anything else. It does say everything up to 50% off. I'm noticing that it's not. It says the sale 50% off everything today only, but that's not quite right. Because this is normally, the 3 keys here is normally 12 gold, isn't it? This is not 50% off. Now this here, I think, the 1 key is normally 8, correct? That's 50% off. But the special key, no, wait a second. No, the regular key is 5. This is only 20% off. The prices in the locksmith, this is false advertising. But except it's not false advertising, because it's up to, that's how they get you, up to 50% off. Okay, secret garden key, awesome. And we could get that secret garden key here. We might, I think we'll definitely, if we get the chance to unlock something here on the east wing, we will do that. Now, at the same time, I don't have any dice, and this is not quite the way I wanted these rooms to angle themselves. So what I might do here is we don't have a key card yet, so we can't go to the foundation. And I need to make sure that we don't dead end our draft. So the reading nook, I will take it. And I'm not going to take the storeroom or the walk-in closet. I want to keep this going up the east wing. We're going to take the reading nook, but we're going to go back to the break room. And we're going to try to get our hands on some dice. At some point, right? We wouldn't be getting a Geist bedroom like right away necessarily, but Geist bedroom, boudoir, try to get our hands on some dice. And then if the library, I'm just thinking, we don't have to take the library from the reading nook, but I would like to have some dice to be able to redraw if the library is not pointed in the right direction. See, this would be a reason, this is what I should do, is I should get the Southern Cross at this point. Let's take the reading nook, but then let's also take the Southern Cross. Let's go back to the observatory, get the Southern Cross, and go back and draft the break room. That's how we'll play this. I should have taken the Southern Cross. I should have rethought before I left the observatory. But it did get us, we did get a locksmith before doing that, so it kind of worked out. I don't think I need to make any other key purchases though. So let's head here and go ahead and unlock the Southern Cross, because now I do need rooms with a bunch of doors. It's just that it is going to introduce the archives and the weight room and make those more common, which I don't love. But is this an upside for me? Is this good for me? Or is it really going to screw me over? It's going to make the Great Hall more common. It probably makes the vestibule more common. You know, these are hallways, and they're going to cost us a key, but we should be able to withstand that. I think we take this. If it ends up backfiring, then you live and learn. But let's take the Southern Cross here, and I'm going to try to give it a chance to redeem itself. Southern Cross Redemption Run. Go. We have 46 stars, by the way, just for the note. So we're still a couple days away, probably, from getting our 50-star unlock. Let's go to the break room. Still mulling over security. What are we going to do about security? And if there's not a trunk in the break room, then... Oh, right. The trunk out in the shrine with the sledgehammer. Do we want to go and try and open that? Oh, man. We really want to get to room 46 today. And I'm not sure if we did open the cursed coffers, what God knows what would be unleashed. And we've got a sanctum key, and we want to get to room 46. I think we're going to put that on hold. The option to break open the cursed coffers is going to be something we save for later. Because now I have objectives that I'm interested in doing. I'm interested in actually making things happen today. 11 times 3 is 33, minus 13 is 20. 18 divided by 3 is 5, minus 1 is 4, times 3 is 12. What? Uh-oh, I screwed something up. Did I miss a symbol? This was 20. Order of operations here. Order of operations. There's no squaring. Did I get the, what did I do wrong? 18 divided, oh, oops. 18 divided by 3 is 6. Math is hard. Minus 1 is 5, times 3 is 15. 2 times 15 is 30. Divided by 3 is 10. Minus 9 is 1. Math is hard. Okay, this is... I mean, should I pick this up? The silver key, that's kind of a bummer because we have the Southern Cross already. What do I need the silver key for? What do I need the goddamn silver key for? All right, let's giraffe through the break room. We're trying to get our hands on dice. There's the Great Hall. This would be another antechamber. Another antechamber lever. We could take the cloister, and it would add some allowance to our... We would get the allowance from our experiment. We would get some dig sites. We would have to pay an additional gem. This would be the most expensive cloister of all time. Is that better? We've also drafted 2 shops already. So 2 of our chances to add even more allowance by the Cloister of Lydia are out the window. But it still might be the correct pick because it gives us doors that we don't have to spend keys on. We're in a good position key-wise. We have a lockpick kit. But it still might be better to... We have to spend a key to draft the Great Hall. I think I do take the Cloister because I just remembered that the Armory is another option. It's another shop that we could connect to the Cloister of Lydia. And even if we don't connect a shop, I like that this procs our experiment and does the other things that we said, right? Without incurring the cost of keys. Right now, we're much more in the market to spend gems than we are keys. So I think I'm okay taking a Cloister here. This is the Southern Cross showing itself here in full effect. We're probably going to have to take a Great Hall at some point. At some point. But if I have to connect shops to this cloister, that still is fine. That still leaves us in an okay position drafting. So let's take the cloister and spend some of our 17 gems to raise our allowance. And I will do the dig sites right now as opposed to waiting for one of my contraptions. Not that we've dug up anything super useful today. Few coins, but most of these dig sites have been busts. That's turnip. Cool. Okay. It's been a while since we have been to the cloister and looked at this. But another thing that I had been doing in our recent notes review sessions, I will quickly show the progress that we have made so far on my castle spreadsheet. Because so far, we are actually almost done with our castle spreadsheet. Let me get this at the right size here. I guess I'll just make it full. I'll just fill up the screen and then we'll go bring that up here. Yeah, this is what I have so far. Based on the cloister, based on the locker room, based on the Blackbridge Grotto, and also based on the secret passage. Those rooms, there might be one other one that I'm forgetting, but I think those rooms all combine to give us this assuming that they all go together. And I'm still working on understanding what this means. We have one more letter to fill in, but it could be, now that we know Arajan, or at least kind of know Arajan, this could be east. It could also be eat. I haven't made up my mind yet, but I think it's probably going to be et. I'm just hoping we get some confirmation on exactly what it's supposed to be, but we're going to leave that blank for now until we know for sure. But I don't know what Tor, Lor, et would mean. We kind of don't know what Tor means. We need a translation for Tor. We kind of know that Lor means word, and east means east, or et means east. But word east, we need to know what Tor means. But then I was also wondering, like, well, what does 6 add 6 mean? Or at least this is how I was pronouncing this. I was like, this is not a word. Not in the English language. And then I realized Roman numerals. What if it's Roman numerals? 100 is C, and then we have 9. Isn't that how that works? 1 before 10 is 9. So we have 109, add 6. That would give us 115. What do I do with that? Don't know where to go from there. But that is the state of our castle building, so to speak. At least what I've been able to get so far, combining places like the cloister in together. It is kind of funny, though, that this is now our 3rd green room that we've drafted today after rejecting the kind and generous blessing of the gardener. Even Mr. Nagula is frowning on us for having rejected such generosity. All right, let's keep on drafting here. No shop. But there's a coat check here. There's a coat check. We would just have to pass up drafting a corner. We pass a corner, which is another green room, which is another shot at a conservatory. I think I take the coat check here because I mean, we could take the observatory as well, and that would still let us draft the corner. But the coat check, if we're worried about rooms like the weight room and the archives showing up at some point, this is our response. This is how we guarantee that none of this is a problem. I think I take the coat check. It also synergizes with our clock tower for tomorrow. I'm going to take the coat check here. I think it's the right move. And give me that crown ASAP. I want this. I want it. Even though we are going back to room 46 today. Yeah, room 46. Room 46, if we can. Make it back to room 46. That is the goal. What do we get here? No shop. That is a rotunda. Oh, man, we're starting to spend gems. Adding some allowance, but man, are we spending the gems if we have to. If we must. But the rotunda's in a great spot. So I think we take the rotunda as opposed to the Great Hall. I don't want to do the Great Hall yet if I can help it. If I can help it. The thing is, we do have a locksmith to go back to. We just need the steps, but the locksmith is there. There's also an additional key in the reading nook. So, you know, we have a lot of gems right now, but we could start burning through them pretty quickly. Especially after we've already got our commissary and all the gems from that. Maybe the Great Hall is the correct pick. Because we do have a silver key that I could use. I could use the silver key at the top of the Great Hall if I have to. You know what? I'm going to do it. We're going to get more keys when we go back to the locksmith and the reading nook. This is fine. I think this is fine. Let's hold on to our gems for now. We should see the rotunda again at some point. But then again, the Great Hall, it's better to just put it later in the draft, isn't it? Just have it come up later in the draft, because if the doors are always going to be locked, you might as well put them up in one of the higher ranks. You might as well put the Great Hall at rank 8 or something. Why put it at rank 3 when you're so much more likely to have unlocked doors? Why make your life that much harder? We're already playing on cursed mode. Let's do the rotunda, because the rotunda is probably going to be one we draft at some point today. We're probably going to draft both of these rooms. So let's save the Great Hall for when we know we're already going to have locked doors later on in the draft. Does that logic make sense, guys? I think it does. And we also get our allowance raised. So allowance is up to 46. Stars are at 46. Everything is in alignment. 46. I'm surprised that's not an achievement. How did I not get a trophy for getting allowance of 46 and stars of 46 at the exact same time? Hello? I guess you have to also draft a house full of 46 rooms as well, which we've missed out on. Rip. Rip on the ultra super secret 46 achievement. Let's keep on drafting through the rotunda. And I will draft to the... Let's actually draft up first. I want to see what room we get upward. And if that ends up being... Because that could be a room that we want to make multiple doors. We probably would want to make it multiple doors if possible. And there is our chance to remove the archives. Boom. Boom! And we get a gem back. Do I want to do that instead of taking a kitchen or an observatory? I think so. I'm not desperate for either of these rooms. And I think just getting the free gem here feels good. Like, we should be able to do this multiple times. Obviously, we can do the crown multiple times throughout the day, but I'm wondering, can we do it multiple times at one door? If we somehow redrew and we got the dark room instead, would it do the same thing? Just keep removing red rooms? I do have to... I did almost forget the fact that you can rotate floor plans with the rotunda. So that's really good if we get a three-way room here. I want to re-roll this, because maybe we get, like, our second den, and we point it to the left and the right, because we can rotate. So let's do that. Let's re-roll. Oh, the classroom actually shows up. Ah, interesting. You only get to use the crown once per door. I was thinking I might have remembered that. Okay, so if we could take the classroom here instead of the Great Hall. The Great Hall... The Great Hall's door goes to the back of the foundation, which we don't really care about. But that's just an interesting thing. Great Hall versus Classroom. The Classroom has not that many redraws. It would be... I guess it has 3, because we have a nursery and a reading nook. So it would have 3 redraws. That's pretty good. And we're going to be able to rotate whatever other rooms we draft out of the rotunda. So... Not that that's super important. But it is kind of important, like if we want to draft... I don't know, man. I don't know what I want to do here. I think I do want to take the classroom. It does get us the additional steps from the farmer's apple as well, I guess. It's just a matter of which way do I point it. I think I'll point it the other direction. I don't think I have any particular reason why, other than it's another room that opens up. I don't know. It actually doesn't matter, does it? It doesn't really matter too much. I'm just thinking about, like, if you get offered the Great Hall out of the classroom somehow, what happens then? I still don't want to take it. I want to take something else is what I want to take. I think I point the classroom this way. I think I'll point it this way because if I have to settle for an elbow from the classroom, then I can hopefully get one that points upward. And then I have the ability to connect to the foundation and keep the draft going from there. We can always keep the draft going by going back to the reading nook, but I just want to give myself as many chances as possible not to run out of doors. So we'll do the classroom this way. And then we won't go to the classroom just yet. We'll draft this door over here and see what we get. Okay. Do we take a kitchen now? Because we can rotate it up here. We get taxed 1 coin, but then we get a whole bunch of steps from half off in the kitchen, or half off-ish. We get to see what the dinner plans are, the main course in the dining room. Maybe we even get to add a morning room to the pool. And it does give us the ability to... It's a door up onto the west wing that maybe gets us a garage, or keeps our draft going in some way up the west wing. I think we might need the extra steps today, so let's take the kitchen. I like the idea also of taking advantage of the sale. It does spend another gem, but I think we can live with that. Now we can draft the other room from the rotunda and see what we get over here. We could take a dead end here if we have to. But dead ends are going to be less likely today, at least just at this moment, until we get something like Draxus the Dead. Aha! No, why are you removing the chapel? Why are you removing the chapel and not the weight room? Do I want to remove the chapel here instead of just taking a walk-in closet? I think I might just take the walk-in closet, because I can always remove the chapel or the weight room later. But, of course, you know, this gets me a gem right here and now. And maybe I should just get as many gems as possible from this crown. Don't wait and risk that you don't get offered the chapel and the weight room later. I just feel like they're going to show up later with the Southern Cross in effect. The walk-in closet is good, but it's probably not so amazing that we would just pass it here, or that we would have to just take it, as opposed to like an attic. Obviously, if this were an attic, I would slam dunk the attic. But I think I'm a little bit worried about the gem count now. So I think I'll take the opportunity here to remove the chapel from... Let's get the gem while we can. And we get a observatory as a reward, I think. The observatory could have Draxus the Dead, which I might take. Giving ourselves the more valuable dead ends in the pool could be a good thing. Buffing our chance of seeing those next to the Southern Cross. We've done this before, though, haven't we? Southern Cross meets Draxus the Dead. And I don't remember how it went. That's the thing. I don't exactly remember. It doesn't really matter about... We can rotate the elbows any way we want them here. We could take the pantry just to get a few more coins and some additional steps. But I think we just get the star, right? The star here makes too much sense. We wouldn't draft out of the observatory. We would draft from the classroom so we get the rerolls. But we might as well point the door upward from the observatory. But let's see what we get. Let's go ahead and see what's in the observatory. Anything on the tables? I always just try to glance at the tables to make sure I'm not missing any keys or coins. But we do get Florealis, which is a little bit late. This is actually an unfortunate... This is a really unfortunate... This is... You get a sale as well. So... Okay, but do they stack? Does the sale stack? I don't remember if we've done this before. I guess we'll find out when we go to buy the stuff in the kitchen in a moment. Now, do I want Draxus the Dead? Do I want it? I think yes. I kind of want to see, if nothing else, how these two interact. I feel like we've done it at least once before, and I think it should be fine. Like, we should get an option that gives us a lot of doors, or a really valuable dead end. And I kind of want to be able to get both of those today. Like, rooms like the attic are good for us. The vault might even be good for us if we do get our hands on a showroom. Now, the argument might be, well, if you take this and you have the Southern Cross, it means you're not going to see a showroom. You're not going to see an armory. You're not going to see the valuable elbows that you want to see, or the valuable straight rooms you want to see. That could be the argument. With that said, I'm just going to roll with it. We're going to see how this feels. If nothing else, it's just a little extra challenge to go along with our curse mode that we already have. So, yay. Okay, so the sale. This is not... We're not getting a different sign here. No, it's still everything up to 50% off. I don't think these stack, but let's find out. We're going to go to the kitchen and find out what happens I think we go to the kitchen before the classroom, because I kind of want to get all the steps from the kitchen, maybe. We'll see what... Hopefully there's no tomato soup there today. Please no tomato soup. Although if you're playing curse mode, the RNG gods probably give you tomato soup. It's not tomato soup. It's actually a chef salad. So we're kind of rewarded here for our risky choices. Kind of risky choices of taking these green rooms. But do we ever wait to buy any of these because silver spoon is a thing? Probably not. Because like we said, we're probably not seeing a showroom today. So we don't have the coins, and we're probably... Yeah, we won't have the coins in most instances to afford the stuff we want from the showroom, even if it is offered. So I think we do just take the steps. We've taken 3. What we can do is we can buy the bananas, or we can buy the club. Maybe it's the club. What do we do here? Because we're still at 61 steps right now. It's not an imperative that we buy everything from lemon glazed salmon. This ain't happening, or at least not the 10 additional steps ain't happening, because we are not, assuming that I don't somehow inadvertently inject myself with some psychoactive substance during the course of this run, we will not be drafting an aquarium, because my better senses will say, hey, that's a red room. I think I'll just take the club sandwich. We'll take a half measure here and just do the club sandwich, and we'll save these other things just in case we pick up a salt shaker or a silver spoon, something like that. But I think we know the answer now that the sale does not stack. That would be probably a little bit OP. A little bit too OP. I think we draft this room, though. Let's see what we get above the kitchen. Okay, there's a chance to remove a gymnasium. I'm not going to take a walk-in closet here. So once again, let's go ahead and use our crown. And there's an attic, but there's a guy's bedroom. Shit. I think I'd take the attic, though, because guy's bedroom should show up again, question mark. Although, when you have Draxus the Dead, does the attic become more common than the guy's bedroom? Don't answer that. I don't know. Maybe you guys don't know. Maybe nobody actually knows for sure the answer to these things, and it's all speculation. But I have a suspicion that there's at least some intuition in the community about how these things work, how Draxus the Dead actually works. I said I wanted dice. Do I want 2 dice more than I want 8 items from the attic? I don't think so. It's the attic. Like, come on. It's 8 items. We spend 3 gems, but we get our allowance raised on top of everything else, and we get to go get 8 items. We almost always get those items back, or the gems back, right? And we're going to get keys as well. So it's just worth it. It's just worth, man. Okay, a compass. I think a compass is good. A compass is good. We want our rooms pointing north. Let's take it. Definitely want these. We want our library pointing north. There's a metal detector. If we did get a workshop, we'd have a burning glass, but we don't have a tomb. I always get a little bit excited, like, oh, we got a burning glass. I need it for the tomb. We do have, however, a treasure map to go with our shovel. Oh, and it's right above the foundation. Dude, okay, we are going to be getting a treasure as well. So we should be good to go on resources. There's another key. Dude, that's so many keys for the attic. I feel like I've never seen that many keys here. I don't know what to make of this note. I don't know what it means. Don't know what it means. I'm gonna have to keep mulling over. Fresh brain, please. Help me. Fresh brain, OP. Rescue me from my confusion. I think I have all the items from the attic. That feels good. Our draft feels like it is in a good spot resources-wise. Still want to get my hands on some dice, but let's go ahead and draft from the classroom because we do want to get our hands on the treasure. And we're pretty close to connecting to the foundation to make that happen. So let's get up here into the classroom. We get our additional steps from the apple. I think we've done our due diligence now with the color worksheets. We know that Arch Aries is yellow. We know that Araja is purple. We know that Kararika is orange. But we still need the rest of the colors. I'm hoping I don't have to brute force the colors for the last 3 realms that are on my sigil list. But I don't yet know what color is supposed to be for Nuance or Vera or... What was the last one? What was the last one on the list? Nuance, Vera, and... I can't remember right now. I don't remember. Okay, this bedroom is not pointing north, so we redraw. That would get us a bunch of steps, but I want a room that points us upward. Let's redraw. Oh my god, that's a trophy room. Okay. Yes, sure. Another experiment proc, and I don't think we can quite afford a study yet. But if you get a trophy room, that starts to look a little bit better. Dormitory, man. The dormitory is always now going to have a special place in my heart because it was the clutch saver of the day on our dead end contest, day 35. Love it. But that's a good trophy room, pointing the way that I want it. So we raise the allowance and let's keep on drafting. And get our gems back. And more to boot. We now have the Trophy of Wealth here, which have we been back here since buying out the showroom, including that trophy, that sneaky goddamn trophy. Have we seen this yet? We got to add the Cursed Trophy. That's what we need. Try to add that today if we can. Let's see if that is a reality. Lockpick kit here, as opposed to one of our special keys. It would be our silver key. Is that what I want to do? I could see us using the silver key here just to make sure that we connect to the foundation as well as other directions, but I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's necessary. We still have the reading nook and we want to draft the library from it. So having a 4-way room here is not imperative. I'll go ahead and just use the lockpick kit first and see what happens. And now I think I just use a regular key. I'm not going to use the 4-way key here. Okay, here's our other chance to remove the furnace, and I think I do that over the Great Hall. I don't think I want the secret passage. It is interesting. I kind of made a mistake at the end of day 35 because I completely forgot that the secret passage counts as a dead end. And we were offered it. We were actually offered it in a spot on the West Wing where we were looking for some of our last dead ends, and this would have been perfect. This would have been such a better choice than what I ended up going for. I think I was doing a whole bunch of rerolls, and I should have taken the secret passage as my fallback option. I was using the East Wing Hall or something else. But that's besides the point. We still got there, but it is something I noted in editing. But I think I'd take another gem here. Just keep getting gems. I'm okay doing a reroll. I think so. I might regret it in just a moment. Huh, vestibule here, huh? Vestibule at this spot. I think this is fine. I think this is okay. It procs our experiment once again. It just gives a little bit of inconvenience with the whole locked door situation, but I think that's fine, because I'm okay spending the steps to re-roll these doors. So I think I'll settle for the vestibule as opposed to... I don't want to do a dead end here. It just closes things off too much. Yeah, it's pretty easy vestibule, actually, when you think about it. When you compare it to the options, and we've now gotten 5 experiment triggers already. Holy crap. This experiment is going bonkers. Okay, I want to get this treasure. So let's see if we get this door to the foundation unlocked, and we do. So let's head in that direction. Let's just keep it going. And now we have our access to the inner sanctum. And man, do I just go and take care of that business right now? Maybe we do. Let's dig these dig sites first. But we might just go right this moment to... what am I trying to say? I'm thinking 2 things at once. What's going to come to my dig site? I think this actually might be the spot where we go to the foundation, or we go to the inner sanctum. We need to open the antechamber rogue moon door to get to room 46. And while we're there, we have a sanctum key to use. And I think I know which door I want to use it on. Why don't we draft first? Let's draft both of these doors, and then we can see from there where we want to go. I think we'll start with this door above the foundation, question mark. Okay. I did say I wanted to take a chamber of mirrors. It's not in a terrible spot, actually. This is actually a pretty decent chamber of mirrors. The problem is this is where our treasure is. So, yeah. But we have the vestibule right to the side. And as long as we get one room, as long as we basically, I think, if we get one other door into the Chamber of Mirrors, things really start to open up inside the chamber. So I think the chamber here is actually correct. Like the passageway, it would cost us a key if we take the passageway, which is not terrible. We got a locksmith. And maybe the passageway should be the correct pick, but I think the chamber is actually the correct pick. Now it does have, I have to remember, you can now draft second copies of rooms you already have in your house. So that does throw a whole bunch of stuff back into the pool, which is maybe not a bad thing. Maybe it's not a bad having a second attic or a second trophy room. These are more procs to our experiment, and it might just be a straight up benefit. If nothing else, it might just be fun. I'm going to take the Chamber of Mirrors just because we have seen it so infrequently. And I want to see it again. And I want to get... It's got good resources in it, if nothing else. And yeah, I want that to happen. There could be... There's a world where maybe the treasure is right in this front room here. I'm not going to spend the steps just to go into and hit that button just yet, but we want to not forget that. But I'm going to draft this other door by the foundation first. Okay, now we could take a study. I don't think we need a laundry room today. An unpowered laundry room, when we already have a locksmith, we're good on keys. We might not be good on gems. So you could say, well, take the laundry room, and now you can spend more or less the rest of your coins to swap coins for gems. Coins for gems is 5, correct? Just double check my notes one more time. We just did this last draft, but I already forgot what the rule is here. Checking my locksmith notes, and not locksmith. That's not the one. Laundry room. Laundry room, it's 5 coins. So we could do what we did last time and swap coins for gems, which would give us, we'd go down to 31 coins by drafting. We go to 36 by drafting the laundry room. We also spend a gem. So then we have 36 coins. We spend 5 to go to 31, and then we swap 10 for 31. We get 31 gems, and we get 10 coins. That's actually pretty good. Because now, like, the only things that we have left to spend coins on at the moment are the kitchen and the locksmith. And we're probably going to get more coins as we continue to dig sites. And probably get our hands on a vault at some point because we have Draxus the Dead today. It's probably correct to take the laundry room the more I think about it. And then we can take a study. We can take a study. Well, But if you take the study first, you get your redraws online right away. And you could you start using those redraws to try to get a laundry room later. Because they're both going to show up pretty often with Draxus the Dead, aren't they? Okay, I've been mulling this over during my break, and I still am a little unsure. I think I want the laundry room, but the study is very powerful. Even if you're a little bit low on gems, just having one redraw when you need it. You don't have to redraw. You don't have to spend the gems at every single room, but just when you need that reroll in a pinch, it is so powerful. So Like there's, you know, the fact that we drafted the Chamber of Mirrors and there's so many more rooms now that are going to be offered in the pool, like the patio that we've already drafted, it could be that we don't see either of these rooms offered again. It's very possible. Or it could be that we get a second laundry room offered the moment we take it. I don't know what's going to happen here. I just know though that whenever you end up without gems at all, you feel very bad. And I want to be able to draft rooms like the vault if we have to. Like the vault becomes much more enticing once you've already spent all your coins in the laundry room. But then again, what are we spending coins on if we don't get a casino or a showroom? So I don't know. Maybe I should just take the study and have that gem when I need it, when I'm drafting above the vestibule, and I want to make sure that I get like a 4-way room that goes to the Chamber of Mirrors and also opens up rooms through or doors into the rest of the house. And the study does get us back a gem when we take it, and we have also seen items in there as well. Okay, I think I did just talk myself into the other direction. I was going to take the laundry room, but I am actually going to take the study now because I forgot that it does give us a gem. And this is such a powerful effect to have when you need it. Just that one room where it's like, I don't want the room from the vestibule pointing up. I don't want it to not go to the Chamber of Mirrors and also not go to like the north. I need it to go multiple directions for this to work out the way I want it. And you might need to spend one of those gems in a pinch to make sure that happens. Oh, I forgot we have a metal detector. So we are getting some coins, residual coins that are coming just naturally as we draft rooms. So yeah, okay, study it is. Who knows? We might still get our hands on a laundry room. Very well. Could happen. But now I think this is the point where we are going to head down to the inner sanctum. Let's go down there, and we're going to, at the very least, we're going to turn the lever, pull the lever to open the Rogue Moon door. But I think we're also going to spend a sanctum key, and I feel pretty certain that I'm going to open the door that's at the very far right, because we know from the note in room 46 that the last sanctum key is in. It is in that room. It's in the last door of 8. And so that's where I feel like I want to spend this sanctum key. We always have the sanctum key in the safe house and in room 46 itself when we need it. When I feel more certain about opening up a door to get, you know, when I feel more certain about what sigil we need to actually progress behind a given door. But at the very least, I know we want to get into that room 8. It is kind of funny thinking about a situation where, you know, if you didn't somehow, you would have to get into room 46 at least once if you were going to open up 7 doors altogether. If you were going to open up, say, the first 7 doors, if you did that, you would be locked out of the last key, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you? I don't think I need to overthink this decision, but it's just curious to me that there could be a game state where if you were somehow unobservant enough or didn't take things seriously, that you could open up all 7 of these first doors, but then be locked out of the 8th. Maybe it's that kind of game. Maybe it's like, hey, just don't be a complete dingus, and you won't lock yourself out of all of the sanctum keys. I think if we're going to open up every single door, though, we have to at least open this one. And we still have 2 sanctum keys that we know about that we can use eventually. I just don't know for sure what sigil needs to be put in here. Based on the spreadsheet that we looked at earlier, I don't know for sure what goes there. And I'm hoping I don't have to do any brute forcing. We shall see. Okay. Antechamber. Are we going to do any of that sleuthing now? Do I want to spend the 2 extra steps to try to see if we can do a little bit of sigil sleuthing? I think we can. I think we can get away with it, right? Even with this curse, we still have the nursery, and we've got the kitchen. that we can afford. We can buy more stuff from the kitchen. I think we're going to be okay. So let's go in here. Oh, but it counts as the inner sanctum. It doesn't even count as steps. What am I thinking? I thought it counted as additional steps that you'd have to take. So, oh, the core is already set for us. Right. That's how this works. So the only choices that we have are with regards to which sigil or what what the rest of the sigil looks like. So we know though that this is diamond. Let me bring up my notes on the screen as I alt tab between them here. We know that this is a diamond, but of course that's set for us already. I feel pretty certain if we go to our moats here, I feel pretty certain that we're dealing with what? Academic. I think we're dealing with academic because I don't think we did this during one of our drafts, but I did it during my notes reviews where I went all the way back. It's actually this is gonna be way far back. I don't even know if I can go that far. I'm about to figure out where this is, but in my notes, we can go actually here to my screenshots. That's what we can do. That's how this works. You go to the full screenshots and then you click where you want to go. These screenshots here, we have parts of nuance, I think, displayed on the left-hand side below this Seeker of Signs and above the outer circle. There are sketches here around the Et sphere, third era, and we have nuance that's on the western side of this Et sphere. Could it be that just like we have on the right-hand side, we have what I presume to be a depiction of King Horus and his children? And that would be, and like right above him, I believe, is the Orinda sigil. And so what we see on the right-hand side could be connected to Orinda Ares. Possibly. So does that mean what we see in the north is connected to Arch Ares? This sketch or the part of the artwork up here? And what we see in the south, what do we see in the south? If I get the magnifying glass out of the way, we see two of our angels, don't we? We see the chimney sweep angel. Is that Doja? And then the backhoe lady, who I don't remember. That's not Lydia, is it? No, Lydia's the horse rider, the jockey. I don't remember the names of the angels exactly here, but we have two of our angels that are seen here. Are those connected to a Raja somehow? But then we have over here, it looks like we have several different scientists, or maybe not scientists, but there's like experimentation going on. We've got a guy looking in a telescope. We've got another guy looking in a microscope, a lady flying a balloon, this guy with the maybe like academic robes or something, looking at a star chart and holding a compass. This feels like academic, right? I think nuance is academic. Why don't we proceed under that presumption? And if that is indeed academic, now we can set that. Which one do we use to go academic here? How does this work again? It's been forever. Was it day 20? I think it was day 20 where we did both of our first two sigils in the same day. I have no idea. I've completely forgotten how this works. So this one, the one that looks like a ship wheel. What's the wheel on a ship? A rudder? Not a rudder, but gosh, there's a naval term for it that I forget. This one at the bottom controls the border. But then you've got one here that does control the moats. But you've also got the rays. And the rays do appear to... oh, interesting. But when you change the ray, it also changes the border, doesn't it? The border, what is it, increment by 2? Maybe that's what happens with the border as you rotate through the different types of rays. It does keep the same moats. So if we look at academic, we can pick out the academic moat. That's our metropolitan moat. This is the academic moat. Now, the question is, what color is the border? This is where I'm still lacking some information. I don't quite know what color it is, but I think it's 1 out of 3. We know that there's supposed to be... There's 3 different borders that we haven't used yet. Pink is one of them. But we do know... I think we can rule out... Well, what can we rule out? We haven't used... in terms of... We don't know where green goes. Green is one of them. We don't know where... We don't know where white goes. And we don't know where pink goes. But we do have pink as... This is not the one. It's... I want to go to my Lost and Found here. We've got this sigil piece from Lost and Found, which we know has a pink border. And we know it has the poetic motes. Is that poetic? No, spiritual. Spiritual with a pink border. And it has wavy lines. So that means the weather is heat. Extreme heat. What place would be extreme heat? I don't know if that would be nuance. I don't know if that would be nuance or not. We know that nuance is 5 long rays, right? We can say that much. Now, actually, as I'm remembering here, what changes... What does this button do again? That just sees whether we're right. But there is another button here that's supposed to control the style of the ray, isn't it? Not just the number of rays? How do I get a different style of ray? I didn't mean to change the mode, but I'm gonna have to go back to this again here. Because how do we get different styles? I'm not 100% convinced that this is academic, but I think what I am convinced about... Oh, that actually changed both the... Right, the border and the number of rays shifts when you do this. How many rays do we want? That's what I need to remind myself here. Nuance is aviation, dirigibles, balloons. So we want the 5 rays above the horizon. Not those, that's horseback travel. And that's the trains. There's the one we want. It's not going to be a pink border, because this is not what is in Lost and Found, right? So we can actually say that this nuance is either going to be white, or it's going to be... It's either going to be white, or it's going to be... What was the last color? Green? And we could try either one of those, right? That's not that much of a brute force. Just trying 2 different combinations. I just need to remember what color is exactly which. Green is the diagonal lines, and white is the little dots. There's the diagonal lines. But once again, we haven't adjusted the style of ray, unless that's not something you can adjust. Is that a variable that's out of your control? Is that a variable that's just completely out of your control? This is black, I think. That's black. This is white. That did not work. Are the... is this completely out of your control? Because when we did these over here... Now, I'm not going to be able to adjust these... But we can see that the lines, the little lines that denote foggy weather were already here, weren't they? You don't have to solve every single part of the sigil because some of them are given to you, aren't they? I think I completely forgot that part, and I was thinking that this puzzle was going to be a lot more difficult. But now I'm also a little unsure because well, the two options that I had narrowed it down to maybe didn't work out. But that maybe just means that we've not ended up with the right moat, because I did note in my, I noted that it could also be industrial. If we're talking about Nuance being a land of dirigibles and aviation, then maybe it's an engineering-driven culture with a focus on invention. That could be different from academic. So maybe it's industrial moats. Let's try that. This feels not brute forcing to me. We're not going through every single combination in the book. We're using our noggins here to try to figure out what makes sense. The white border does not work in this orientation. So let's try the green border. Which was the diagonal lines, correct? Green border? No. Dang it. Shit. Well, now I need to reassess. Is there ever a world where I have screwed this up and I'm thinking that you could have actually a realm? See, another thing that we learned during our notes review was going through some of the stuff in the treasure trove, which, by the way, I've also had a nudge that the treasure trove is more important than I'm giving it credit for. So I went back to review the notes from the treasure trove. I've still got this on screen, just make sure. And I found that one of these notes was mentioning the fact that two realms have the same color banner. However, when I went to review my footage, well, I mean, I don't even need to review the footage to know, but because you can see right here that this was inside a white box. And we had a note earlier, or was it later? I think it was later. We had a note later in the treasure trove that said, what? Or did it say? Oh, wait a second. Maybe it didn't. Huh. Am I thinking of the treasure trove or am I thinking of the reservoir? Because I thought we had a note in one of these boxes that said that green notes or maybe notes in white trunks are always false. Did I make this up? I might have made this up. I might have made this up because maybe two realms do have the same banner. And I was where did I get this idea that notes in a white box, it says, we got a note here that said boxes marked with the moon always contain false statements. But the note about two realms having the same banner is not in a moon box. All boxes marked by the sun contain memos that are true. It wasn't a sun box or a moon box. It was simply a white wavy lines box. I'm pretty certain. So does this mean that... So could it be pink? Could it be pink? Which one is pink? It's not this one. I think it's the one that has like the stair step. The, not a stair step, but what's it called? What is this called when you have a... It's not a sine wave, but it's a... There's like an engineering term for the type of signal that you get like this. But could this possibly be it? If this is not it, do I just need to change the moat back to academic? Academic was, I think, the next one? Nope. That one. Does it actually have a pink border? Okay. I have missed something. I've missed something. And the rooms are, of course, positioned in a way where we can't see what the, we can't see anything of what is to the sides once we actually make it across. But we have opened the door to I think nuance, but maybe I need to double check my geography lessons to make sure I got those right. Because maybe this is not nuance. Maybe nuance is not the diamond. And I'm just completely mistaking it for Morajai. That was the last realm. I don't know. It feels like this is supposed to be nuance, though. This feels like this would be the blimp dirigible travel one. I probably have misinterpreted something. So we're going to have to come back here and figure that out later. We're going to figure it out later. Maybe later today. Maybe not. We'll see what we have steps for. We'll see what we're able to accomplish. But for now, we must resume our draft, which does have a room 46 waiting for us. Now, another thing that I thought about during the break is it's possible that, yes, we're in cursed mode, or we're cursed right now, but it's possible that this might not count as the cursed trophy. It could be that the coffers that are here in the shrine, you might need to open that and reach room 46. I don't know for sure. Don't tell me, but at least not yet. But that is a thought that occurred to me, that maybe we have to do a little bit more in order to get that trophy for cursed mode. Because as it's feeling right now, we'll see what twists and turns the draft has left for us. But as of right now, this doesn't feel too bad. We did have a freezer yesterday, and so our resources were already on a good footing. And we're also at day 36. The nature of blueprints is that as each day goes by, you get more and more resources. So maybe this is just naturally how cursed feels when you're this far into the game. But so far, it's not feeling like it's going to be an insane challenge to try to reach room 46. But we'll have to see how that goes. In any case, I think we're going to check the vestibule. We're going to draft upwards through the vestibule and see if we can connect to the Chamber of Mirrors, because we know... Oh, I should have gone... Well, we're here now, so let's see what we get. Okay. Shit, we can't actually connect to the chamber unless we redraw. But we could also take the tunnel, and we could get around to the top of the Chamber of Mirrors, potentially. This tunnel could lead us straight to the antechamber, but the problem is we're not going to be opening that bottom door, are we? Because we're not drafting the weight room. And what other room opens the bottom door? Let me... I guess we still have my notes on the screen here, and maybe I should just leave that as the default. But if we go to the... What note tells us about... It's the green room, right? Not the green room, the greenhouse. The greenhouse tells us about... It has Denny's logbook, and in there, that's where we have the alternate. It's actually the greenhouse itself. The greenhouse itself is where the antechamber lever for this southern door is. So it doesn't do us any good to draft the tunnel just to get to the antechamber. It would cost us a bunch of keys as well. So I think we just reroll here. This is why we took the study for this exact situation, so that I don't end up with a room that bypasses the Chamber of Mirrors. This is where I'd like to spend some of my gems. We could take another rotunda. That's pretty good. A rotunda is definitely a second rotunda. I think I will take it. It spends 3 gems, but I'm hoping we're going to get a lot more back from the Chamber of Mirrors, because we're going to... It could be keys in the Chamber of Mirrors. We'll see what resources in there. But there is a treasure, and I should have checked... I should have gone into the Chamber of Mirrors from the foundation to at least press the button that was in there. I think I will settle for the rotunda, even though it spends 3 gems. It's pretty valuable here, being able to have our... It's an ornate compass effect, and I think it doesn't go away if you continually redraw with the study. You could still rotate the following floor plans, right? So let's take a rotunda. Procs our experiment as well, and now our allowance is exactly at 50, for the record. Now, do I go back to... Where do I go from here? Because I really need... Let's see if the door back to the foundation opens. It does. I think now I will spend the steps to go to the Chamber of Mirrors to click that button. And then we go to the Rotunda and click the button from the other side as well. I also need to think, at what point am I buying out the rest of the kitchen? Because maybe I need to go back to the kitchen right now while I'm relatively close to it. But I also have 64 steps. I don't have to think that far ahead just yet. Let's not... We could still draft some more green rooms now that we've put a whole bunch of them back in the pool with the Chamber of Mirrors. So we'll go back here and worry about steps later. Should have done this to begin with. Is there a treasure in this little part of the Chamber of Mirrors by any chance? Doesn't look like it. I'm guessing it's going to be in the center. So that's a reason for us to open up that window so that if we do get to that other door, we could maybe have access to a treasure. Okay. I should have also checked. We'll see it here when we go in to the other door. But I should have checked to see whether it was keys or gems that are in the Chamber of Mirrors. God damn it. Lockpick kit to the rescue. Thank you very much. And do we ever save the reading nook to draft the library? We don't have to. We could just draft from the vestibule to the right and hopefully get a room that connects to the reading nook, and we pick up our key, and then our house is just kind of connected to itself. We could do that. Because the reading nook, what is it really doing for us that the Southern Cross and Draxus the Dead are not already? And that would be a bunch of extra steps that we'd have to go back through the house to get back around to the reading nook. But then we could go through the kitchen and buy the stuff there. For now, I don't think we have to make that decision. We can keep drafting on the western side of the house. We can take the rotunda and point it upward. Like, we can just keep these doors that are to the east of us right now undrafted and make that decision later. Because in the meantime, we might get a secret garden on the west wing somewhere, and that gets us the doors that we need to get into the antechamber, and we just cross off reaching room 46 from our list. So, let's start by rotating at least once to get into the Chamber of Mirrors. We might as well just rotate again because we're going to draft that door above the Chamber of Mirrors as well. So get that out of the way right now. This is fun, man. This game is so good. I just have so much fun when I sit down to play Blueprints, and I've been having so much fun with it lately. Yeah, that does... Oh, that does open that one over there. Oh, so we could go back, and they are gems. So we should actually just get that right now and see what that opens up for us. I don't remember exactly what doors it opens, but I think we do that. It's gonna cost us some extra steps here, but maybe we just draft from the rotunda first, because we know we're gonna have to go back here anyways. So let's see what we get. I think I will use the lockpick kit, or this is where maybe I use this might be where I use the silver key. Just guarantee myself a room. If it stacks on top of the Southern Cross, then this is where I want to use it and get some value out of it. Let's do the silver key here. Okay. We get to remove the gymnasium if we so choose. We can always rotate as well. This is another thing we can do, but I kind of like the idea of just tossing out the gymnasium and getting ourselves an extra gem. Even though I would like the den and I would like the drawing room, I guess these are both fine rooms that I can then rotate in whatever direction I want. But I want to get the gem as well. And one more red room goes by the wayside that we don't have to worry about anymore. Let's do it. Okay, gift shop versus courtyard versus passageway. You might as well take the courtyard instead of the gift shop, because then you're just not losing a coin. You end up neutral on gems, and you probably get some dig sites. You do get some dig sites. So the courtyard would be... I think we can rule out the gift shop. It's between courtyard and passageway. The passageway would cost us a key. So I probably just want to take the courtyard. The question is, which way would I point the courtyard? I think I would at least point it one door to the left. And I might just do... which way would I do this? The thing here, though, here's the argument, though, against the courtyard. Security doors. That's a big deal. Security doors are a big deal. And that might not be worth the extra chance of, you know, having those dig sites is fine, but we're not desperate for dig sites. I think I might actually go with the gift shop instead, now that I think of it. I'm willing to pay that 1 gold just to make sure I don't get security doors. I don't think security doors can show up in a gift shop. They can show up in a courtyard, and they can also show up in a passageway. So then if we take the gift shop, I still just don't know exactly which way I want to point this. It's either like this or like this. Do I want the door to rank 8 or do I want the door to the east? I think I want the door to the east. So I think I take the T shape because we have a compass, right? And so if I do get elbows offered, they're going to be pointing toward the antechamber, and that's where I want them. Most certainly, I think. And if worst comes to worst, we can go back to the vestibule. Oh, we still have the rotunda, though, as well. I forget the rotunda works the way it does. We have the rotunda to draft out to the right if we need to. So maybe I actually point it like this. But the thing is, I don't really need the bottom of the antechamber. I don't really need it. I don't really need access to it. This is probably not a big decision, but I like to think about these decision points. I'm gonna stick with the T shape that I was gonna do before, because like I said, I don't have to get to the bottom of the antechamber. If the bottom of if this were a non-curse day and the weight room were an option where I could open up the bottom of the antechamber, then I'm all in for it. But I can only get the greenhouse to open things up for me, and we're running out of options to draft the greenhouse to open up the bottom of the antechamber. So in lieu of that, then, if that's not going to be on the table, then I don't need to get to this room that's right below the antechamber. I could still end up there if we draft in this direction, but I want to make sure I'm getting to the sides no matter what. So we draft the gift shop like this, and I'm pretty sure this means that we get no security doors. Okay, so now I think we continue through the gift shop, and I won't draft those doors to the right just yet. We're going to just hold off on drafting the east wing until we've exhausted our options. We'll use our gems and resources to make sure we're drafting up the west wing and hopefully getting a secret garden, as well as opening up the Chamber of Mirrors all the way, getting treasure chest, and then eventually getting to room 46. That's our short-term goal. So let's do that. As expected, no security doors. Also, there should be nothing else to do yet in the gift shop, but I'll keep checking in case they add a patch that I happen to not notice. Now, I have to say, I don't know if I ever looked at these postcards before. Have I ever looked at these? And is there anything important on them? I don't know if I've ever looked at these before. I just had an idea for a second because the clock tower. We got the clock tower to do its thing today. And I thought for a second, is it because we drafted the clock tower where we drafted it? Because on the outside of the estate, it sure looks like the clock tower is right here. But we didn't actually draft the clock tower right next to the entrance hall, did we? It was a little ways away from the entrance hall. For a second, I thought, it's actually not just about getting there at 1:30 or before 1:30. You have to draft it in the right spot too. My overcomplicated brain. I never saw these postcards. I give up. I'm stumped. Oh, another sort of subtle clue to get you to think about having the tree stump in mind. Merry Christmas. Stay safe this holiday season. There are some clues on here, right? If you hadn't yet pieced together what we've done already with some 8 safes and 8 dates. Yeah, that's really cool. Subtle little nudges if you weren't already getting there yourself. Okay, so there was at least one thing that I had not noticed before in the gift shop. We're number 46. Maybe again today we will be number 46. Hopefully if things go well for us here. Just checking though to see if there's anything else that I've overlooked. Blue tents, one day. Someday we'll be doing that, but let's head to the west. And we used our special key, correct? So we have no more special keys to use. So now there's no decision to be made. What I will decide to do is spend a gem here to re-roll, because I want to connect to the Chamber of Mirrors. We need to... I mean, we don't have to connect to the Chamber of Mirrors, but I certainly want to. And when we have a Southern Cross, there's a good chance that we will. I don't want to spend all my gems here to make that a reality. But I certainly want more options than this. Let's do at least one redraw. Cloister it is. Cloister it is. We're getting gems out of the Chamber of Mirrors, so that does make this decision a little bit easier. Once we fully open up the chamber, we're getting 4 gems at least, and maybe we're getting more from a treasure chest. So Cloister, and can we retroactively connect the Mount Holly gift shop to the Cloister and give me 2 more allowance because I'm a greedy bastard? Can we do that? This is going to cost us 4 gems, I have to remember, because of our curse today. We still do it. We could draft another commissary. Oh, I forgot about Florealis. Yo, okay. That was definitely a Cloister then. Florealis for the win. Florealis doesn't go retroactively, right? I don't think we actually went back to any of our green rooms that we've been in before, but I don't think retroactively Florealis applies. I could be wrong, though. I don't know if I've ever actually tested it. Okay, let's go. Let's go. This feels good. In spite of the curse, we are moving forward. Keep on trucking. That's a key. That's good. Florealis is good. And now we go into the Chamber of Mirrors. And I don't even remember. I do not remember what this opens up. Oh, it's these right here. Okay. At some point, we want the treasure map to pop up. But this is basically going to open up the entirety of this thing, right? That opens that over there. And this opens... Oh, the treasure map is here. Oh, that's interesting. I thought it was going to be in the center. Okay. All right. Treasure map time. I do have to click to get through the rest of the prompts. Dig time. Give me that dig site. Give me that treasure. What do we got? I would expect it to be a coffers. But who knows? Maybe this is the second edition of Baron's Bafflers. Hidden away in the Chamber of Mirrors. Coffers of Mount Holly. And it's gems! Yes! I was just a little worried it was going to be coins, but that is gems, gems, gems! 8 gems, because 8 is the magic number. And now we're feeling so glad that we chose a study. Now we are feeling so rewarded. We clicked this button already, didn't we? Yes, we did. Oh, but I forgot we also have this button that takes us up. I remember that first time heading up and being so stunned and surprised. Stunned amazement. Okay, we get a key as well up here. Now, are all of these... I don't know if we have access to all of these cabinets. There are duplicates. There are duplicates. Yo, that's a second closet that we could add. Wow. Wow. Do I want to? What's the floor plan over here? An East Wing Hall. Neither one of these is particularly exciting. East Wing Hall. How much do I care about either of these? The answer is not really. Not really? Do I want to add either of those? Let's get the other key at the very least. What door? I think this one I need to bring back down. What in the world? It does have... It looks like every time you draft the Chamber of Mirrors, it's giving you a chance... Oh, coins. Okay. It's giving you a chance at adding duplicate floor plans. I don't think I want to add the East Wing Hall. I mean, it does open up the East Wing Hall a bit more. And it makes strategies that want to put hallways together. I guess those strategies are really just experiments. It's the experiment where you have one hallway connected to another. But you have things like the hall pass. There are some scenarios here where you really want to get your hallways connected together. Foyer plus East Wing Hall is kind of a thing too, I guess. But also, like, I don't love the idea of flooding our draft pool more with options that are just kind of okay. It's an East Wing Hall, and it's only going to show up on the East Wing Hall, so maybe it's not a bad move. I just can't really remove it later, as far as I know. Maybe there are ways to completely... The conservatory adjusts the rarity of things, so that's sort of one way to remove floor plans that you don't want to see. This is already like unusual rarity, so it's not like it's popping up all over the place. I'll take it. I'll take it. It's an East Wing Hall that's more situational. Now the closet, on the other hand, the closet does have dice. One die when it does show up. But the closet is not amazing. At the same time, I am aware that if we get another upgrade disc, it's possible that the closet could be an upgraded room. So having two upgraded closets in your pool might be really awesome. I'm just gonna not overthink this one, and like maybe it'd be a whole different story if this were like a gym or some other red room. I might have to think more about it, but the closet is a fine room. It's just not like exciting. Like, oh yeah, I'm so stoked whenever I see a closet show up in my floor plans. And the fact that this is a common does mean that there's going to be other rooms that are crowded out. But the conservatory could let us make the closet more rare if we really need it. So let's just go with the flow. Let's just go with the flow and not overthink it. For now, we're not going to overthink it too much. Would the Chamber of Mirrors only ever... No, it just offered us an East Wing Hall. I was going to say, would it ever only offer blue rooms? Nope, we already disproved that. It sometimes offers orange rooms. So we just have that one die to go back, or the one gem to go back for. I don't really need that at the moment. So why don't we just... We've gotten everything that was up above. So the only thing left in the Chamber of Mirrors... Oh, there are 2 gems, actually. There are 2 gems to be had. Can I not... I cannot get through here, can I? That closes that. So... But I think I opened... No, I didn't open... This is still just a little bit... I have to spend a few extra steps to completely open up the Chamber of Mirrors if I want to. Okay, there's 2 gems in there if and when I need them. I don't have to go right this second to either of those, to get either of those. So let's just continue drafting through the cloister. And what we can hope to get here... There's no security door. Nice. No security door there either. I didn't think about that when I took the cloister, but it turned out good for us. What I want is a locked door here so I can use my secret garden. That's what I would like. Thank you very much, game. Because now this spreads fruit throughout the house, and it gives us access to 2 doors into our antechamber. Boom. And a whole bunch of dig sites as well. Let's take care of the antechamber business before we forget. There's apparently some coins somewhere or something with our metal detector. Life is good right now, guys. Stuff is happening. Stuff is happening. What are we going to do, though, about that sigil? That sigil is kind of bugging me. The sigil of nuance, I think. But apparently I got it wrong, so it might not be nuance. The first step whenever we do get around to troubleshooting that is probably to double check my geography lesson. Because I did sort of flunk geography, didn't I? I got like 50% on geography. Is that right? I think I got actually 50% on... I could check my notes if I wanted to. I will check my notes right now because I want to remember what did I get in my final exam. My final exam results were geography we actually aced. History was 50%. So I feel like it's supposed to be nuanced, but I don't know. I could be a dum-dum. I could be a dum-dum. Where was that metal detector going off? Over here? That is a pretty well hidden coin that I would have never seen without the metal detector, but it probably wouldn't have ever been there without the metal detector, so figure that one out. Turnip, good. Oh, and we have the Florealis buff as well. This secret garden is amazing. What a wonderful room. Okay. Any other Florealis? Just the one? Any other metal detector pickups? I think we're good. So now, let's draft this room down over here, because maybe we connect to the other side of the Chamber of Mirrors, and we just get those other 2 gems. By taking a treasure trove. That's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. Love it. Because we want to keep getting the information from this treasure trove. Maybe we'll spend these coins, maybe we won't. Do I pick these up right now? Because I could, there's a chance still maybe we do laundry room shenanigans. So, I don't know. I'm just going to not think about it. We're going to take them. We're going to take them. It's fine. So when we get our casino or we get our showroom, if those do happen to show up, we're ready to go. Oh, I can just pick, oh, I can do, oh, I don't need to wait for every single, oh my god, how did I not figure this out sooner? You can just pick up and spam, guys, how many of you have been waiting for me to figure out? Dude, you can just pick up all the coins all at once. Why are you taking so long to pick up the goddamn coins? What is wrong with you? But then, if you were really here, you've been here the whole time. You know this is what I do. This is how I am. I'm just seeing if there's anything around this room that I might not have. Are there any interactions in here that I have overlooked? Because I have gotten this nudge that the treasure trove is more important than I think. So is there something in here besides the notes? Besides the notes? Ooh, pedals on the harp. That's the first time I've ever noticed those pedals down there. I think they're pedals. Because I guess there's pedals on a harp. Am I learning this? Just like on a piano, there's pedals on a harp? I don't think I knew that before today, guys. I think I learned something new just now. Today I learned. Okay, this is a trove with a note. Or a note. I'm assuming there's a note inside, but there's a moon on here. And what did we just learn about the treasure trove? The treasure trove tells us that green memos... No, memos with... Oh, this is the memo here. I wasn't making it up. I did read something that says green memos in white boxes are always lies. So this green memo about the 2 realms is false. And we kind of found that out anyways because we tried to have pink for our nuance border and that didn't work. So this is a lie because it's in a white box. We also know that boxes marked with moons always contain false statements. Maybe. We'll see if we have a rule that overwrites that at some point. But we should open this anyways, because maybe a false statement can still be useful, because we can take its positive or contrapositive or inverse to figure out what it really means. So, okay, so let me put this back down. Take my screenshot here. And then take my next screenshot. Pink boxes marked with a moon always contain false statements. Now, like we said, this is a box that's in a, this is a moon box, and the statement we just looked at says boxes marked with moons. Oh, wait a second. But this was inside of a moon box. And so we said that that doesn't mean that boxes marked with moons always contain false statements. It's a contradiction, right? It's a contradiction. So that means that this statement here was false. So boxes marked with moon don't always contain false statements. Pink boxes, though, marked with a moon always contain false statements. That could be true. Have I had any pink boxes with a moon so far that have been in the treasure trove? Have there been any pink boxes at all in the treasure trove? I don't think so. That is one color that has been conspicuously absent. If we go back to the reservoir, on the other hand, there were quite a few pink boxes. There was this pink box with a moon, but it had a red note, so that already was one we were disinclined to trust. Here's another pink box with a moon that had only one box in the reservoir has a prize. Oh. Oh. This is a false statement? Only one box in the reservoir has a prize. This is not a white box, right? Green notes in white boxes are always false. This is a blue box. So this reservoir box, this note from the reservoir might be false, which means we might need to open all of the trunks in the reservoir. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. That means we need to get our hands on a pump room, and we've got to do shenanigans to... Oh, man. Okay. Okay. Well, if it must be done, it must be done. It doesn't have to be done this second. So we don't have to think about it just yet. For now, we can just go in here and do the rest of the Chamber of Mirrors. There's an apple over there because of the secret garden. And there's an apple over here because of the secret garden. Yo. Yo. Dude, that is OP as hell. The secret garden spread 4 apples to the Chamber of Mirrors. Dude. Someone nerf... Blueprint's team, nerf Chamber of Mirrors. It's too OP. Bro. Okay, so then this button here we haven't pressed yet. So that opens that. And now we get this. And the whole thing is open to us. Boom. Yo, that is so overpowered. My God. Which button opens up the last... We did this already, right? So we need to do... Go back. We need to do this one. There we go. Okay, so now it's all open to us. And we did the thing in the treasure trove. So let's keep moving forward from the cloister. And we see if there's a shop at the cloister, I think. We want to get to the antechamber now, right? But we have 2 doors. We don't have to get there from the western door specifically. So I think we go to the cloister and we see what we get offered there. If it's a shop, great. If not, we see what we get. Lockpick kit? Okay, we have 7 keys. Do I ever go over to the secret garden and draft from there instead? I don't think so. Let's just draft from here. We're going to want to draft this door to see if we at least get a shop, right? Just try the lockpick kit again, just to be sure. Does this in fact actually do what I want? I think we take a secret passage. Because then we could take a hallway. And then we just guarantee that we get to the antechamber, right? We just do that. I don't think I'm ever greedy enough here where I mean, I have 18 gems. I could be greedy and re-roll until I get a shop. I could do that if I wanted to. But we've got 50 plus allowance now. So the secret passage getting us directly up to that room next to the antechamber, and then we take a hallway which basically guarantees that we're there, right? It would have to give us either a hallway or a starfish aquarium, or what are the other hallway rooms that would be offered? What are the other hallway rooms that would be offered? I feel like it would just be the hallway and nothing else. I'm probably forgetting about some hallway room that I'm just thinking about it. The fact that it's next to a wall. You can't offer, well, we've seen the game break this rule though. So maybe it would give us like a vestibule or passageway or something that goes into a wall. But in any case, I think the one that guarantees us a way into the antechamber is taking the hallway. But we could also take a green room, and that would give us a courtyard, right? Courtyard, aquarium, and what would be offered. Because the other thing is you're not on the west wing or the east wing. So there's those just regular wing restrictions. But we had this happen before with the green room, right? Where it didn't, the secret passage and the green room gave us some sort of weird combination even though we were in the corner. We wanted a conservatory. That's what we were going for, right? We did a secret passageway up here to get a conservatory, but we also got offered an aquarium that pointed to the left, and it was a bug. So I don't know exactly what the secret passage is going to do here, but I think it's the right choice. I don't think I need to redraw. There's like if there's a security door that were to appear because we picked a green room, like the courtyard, that would automatically open because it's connected to the antechamber. So this is the right choice here. We just spend a key, right? But that's fine because we have a locksmith and we have a lockpick kit. It's fine. Secret passage is the way. And also the green room that we would get on the other end gets us Florealis and other stuff. This is the right decision. Green room. This is the right call. And there's a key. Look at that. Look at that. Okay, I think we have found the things now that we need to find in the secret passage. Hopefully. Hopefully there's nothing else. No other secret messages scribbled somewhere that I could easily see them. Is there a secret message on this brick that I need to turn over? Oh, we didn't even have to open. Oh, we could get a gem as well. Oh, the solarium. I forgot about that. We could get ourselves a gem on top of everything, right? Because this should still work. We take the star room out of the pool, and we still end up with at least the courtyard and the solarium. And what is it going to do in that case? Like, does the game break if there isn't a third option to offer us? How does this work? Does the starfish aquarium come back? Because it's like, no, I have to offer you the aquarium. Like, does it actually show up twice in the pool, even if we haven't drafted it because of the Chamber of Mirrors? I mean, I want to get my gem value, and we should still have a door here that works the way we want it. And if worse comes to worse, we could always redraw with gems. So let's get our free gem. It does bring back the aquarium. That is hilarious, dude. That is so funny. Okay, we take a courtyard. Boom. That is so funny that it works that way. But I didn't even think about getting the extra value from the crown. That is, dude, the crown of the blueprints is awesome. Just like the game that it's named after. We get a key from that dig site and a key from this dig site. Man, this draft is just going too well. Cursed draft? What are you talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about. Curse? What's that? The only curse part is that there's a security door in this direction, but that's fine because we have the antechamber and we have room 46, which we now know doesn't end our run. We now know what we probably should have known a long time ago. I mean, there's no way I could have known, right? How could I have known? Was this clock here before? It probably was, but I don't remember it being there. But it probably is. How do we get outside, though, from here? I keep thinking that we're going to do the mist thing and climb into the fireplace. I keep thinking that's going to happen. And maybe it will. Maybe it will once we actually solve our sigils, once we actually figure out all the sigils in the inner sanctum, and now, as I've mentioned, I think a couple times before, this, I think, is connected to the sigil puzzles in the inner sanctum because that's where we get those postcards. The postcards are what we're going to get that are eventually going to tell us the 8 realms in 8 months. And that's what's going to lead us to getting the right order on this this map. I think 1 and 8, we know they're the same thing. Started in Arinda, ended up in Fen. One in the same place. Oh, I didn't notice that this was up here. Or maybe I did and I forgot about it. The rose and the apple and the wagon are on this shelf. And we still have that silly gallery puzzle to solve. How are we going to do that? I don't know. Anything that we didn't notice the first time on this ransom letter? We do have the magnifying glass, but I don't see anything that stands out. And there's no next page. We can't turn it over or anything like that. Is the 100 gold important? Is there ever any way we're interacting with this? I imagine the Baron would have already sent the 100 gold to Denny if he did in fact pay that ransom that was being demanded. The first key found here on the furthest rank. So we've got this key here when we need it. We've got the second locked tied in the vault of a bank. I don't know how to get that. How do we get a sanctum key out of the vault? We now have figured this one out. Third high up among all the clocks. Boom. Fourth down below beneath all the docks. We've got that. This one, held by a king on his throne. I have no idea where that is. We still, I guess, have one floor plan we haven't found yet. And we haven't drafted the tunnel yet. And we haven't got to that secret room in the tomb. Unintentional rhyme. And so there's probably, we just need to keep exploring. Don't worry about it too much just yet, but I am a little worried because we've done a lot of exploring and I do not have a clue about King on his throne. We know about 6 in the station, safe house. 7th is major, we've done that one. And the last key we know is behind that door that we just opened. Like, do I grab this now? Just in case. I'm always just a little worried about grabbing items that I don't want to carry over with a moon pendant. But a sanctum key would be fine to carry over with a moon pendant, I guess. I'm going to leave it here, though, because I still want to do a little bit more. Well, at the same time, opening up these sanctum doors is not a bad move. I'm going to actually take it with me. Because maybe the thing now that I'm realizing is that when you open the sanctum door, you get to see what type of weather is associated with a particular realm. I think that's what we get because that's not part of the sigil that we're changing. That is not a part of the sigil that is changing. Okay. For a second, I thought, this is interesting because the clocks over here, the cuckoo clocks over on this wall, are not changing. They're not moving, and they are stuck on the sacred hour. Is that because we did the thing in the clock tower? Were they moving before? I don't remember. This clock is definitely moving. Except this part isn't. I don't know. I do not know. Bust of Simon Sinclair. Lady Epson. Yours truly. And then Mary's is gone. Okay, let's continue to draft the rest of the house. That was our main objective, or I think it was, to get to the room 46 on a cursed day, but I don't know if that's got us the cursed trophy. I don't know if those are one and the same. I want to check the trophy list at some point here. Back in the trophy room, but we'll make our way back there eventually. For now, let's keep drafting the rest of the corner up here on the west wing and see what we get. Aha! There is a mailroom there. So we could redraw here to try to get a a straight through room or the West Wing Hall to make sure we draft the very last room up in the top left. But we can also take a mail room and see if we have our sweepstakes trophy, which I also want to get my hands on. We were told that we needed to check the mail room at some point in the future. So maybe, if nothing else, it synergizes with our clock tower and we get another tomorrow room. So I think that makes sense. We miss out on a corner unless we get a key card at some point and we can come back and draft from the courtyard or a utility closet and we fully power down the security doors. So let's take the mailroom because we still maybe can draft that corner room if we really, really, really want to, if things go our way. I'll take a mailroom here instead of redrawing because I want to see what might be in here, if anything. If anything is here in the mailroom. Look at that. Now, the thing is, the only thing about this is there's a whole bunch of gold here that I don't need. There's a whole bunch of gold here that I don't exactly need. But we knew that, right? We knew that the gold was probably going to go to waste. The real prize, there's our achievement, Trophy of Drafting. Win the drafting strategy sweepstakes. That's a feel good. I like how it's the, it's got like, what is that tool called? Like it's a straight through or it's a straight edge that you would put on your blueprint or other surface that you're writing on in order to get a straight line. I don't actually know the name of the tool. The Trophy of Drafting in recognition of a sweeping success. Cool. That's a good one. That's a good one. Now, on the other hand, this here, Mount Holly Estate, Fen Aries, drafting strategy. Is this not actually 200 gold? Mount Holly Estate, Fen Aries. It doesn't look like I can actually open this. Am I not? Oh, there it is. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Let's see here. What is this? So, congratulations, we've won the grand prize in our annual October issue Dead End contest by drafting 20 Dead End rooms. This breaks the previous record and secures your name in the architectural history books. Included in this baggage is the grand prize, a check for 200 gold. A check for 200 gold. Is this a check that I can actually cash? It is. All right. All right, 290 gold. We need a casino, folks. We need a casino. Gosh dang it. Now, I need a way to spend my gold. That's all. That's all there is to it. And we're not getting a freezer today. So maybe I should have thought about waiting to get the mailroom until tomorrow. Was there ever a world where I could have left this? I did momentarily consider leaving the note for later, coming back tomorrow instead to pick up my gold from the mailroom once we've collected our package, but oh well, it is what it is. We're rich these days. We're getting so much gold on most days that it's really, like, look at our allowance. It's at 51. Who cares if we don't actually get to spend all 290 of this gold? But also, who knows? Maybe the game will be good to us and will give us a casino. We can at least do a roulette spin. Okay, now I think we go back to the festival. Because I don't think I actually want to go back to the reading nook. I don't need the key from there necessarily. And I don't really need the library. What do we want the library for other than to draft those less common rooms? But we're already getting Draxus the Dead and the Southern Cross. I think we go I think we go to the vestibule. I think. And we start there. Now, at the same time, I could also draft from the rotunda, but I might as well see if I get like a dead end at the vestibule. If it's a really good dead end at the vestibule that I want, then I can take that there, and then I have the rotunda to put some room that I can rotate in any direction. What I would really like is I would like the vestibule to connect me back to the reading nook so that I can pick up the key there without spending a whole bunch of steps to go around. So, but one way or the other, we're heading back. The Chamber of Mirrors is now open. so we can go back through here and get to the vestibule. And we'll see what our draft has to offer. I forgot that that door might be locked. I didn't remember what door I had come through the vestibule for. Through. That happens to be open, and it does give us a pool. Look at that. So this adds the sauna and the pump room. It adds the pump room to our pool. There's a world where we might draft the pump room today. Possibly. Let's take the pool and let's find out how that goes. We'll take it, and it also just opens up our door to the nook, which is kind of what I wanted. We'll get the trunks, the swim trunks, as we always do. Oh, man. Oh, man. Gold. Gold, baby. At this point, like, I could save this gold in case of, like, a laundry room, but I don't think it really matters. Probably matters a little bit, but it doesn't matter enough at this point for me to care. What I do care about, is the banana that's been spread to the nook. Good, good, good. Any fruit in this den that's worth going back for? If I see an apple, I'm grabbing it. I don't see one, though. Unless it's just over the coffee table. I can peek around and see. All right, let's go this way. I have 66 steps. Why am I being so careful? Because I always am. Because why waste steps if you don't need to? I'm going to go to the rotunda, though. Why draft from the pool when you can draft from the rotunda? Well, the answer is that you might have a locked door in front of you through the vestibule. There's so many fun... Oh, and also that door is not open going to the rotunda. So that's another reason maybe to... It's worth spending the extra steps to get to the rotunda. I think we can all agree on that. It's still super OP that you get 4 pieces of fruit spread to the Chamber of Mirrors. Unreal. Absolutely incredible. Aha! There's a weight room that we can get rid of, and I think I will, because I'm not taking a vault here. Or a dormitory. Weight room, out of my game! At least for today. Oh, a second attic, look at that. I take a great hall, I think? Or I could take a second attic. I don't know what I need the items for at this point. If anything, I should take the planetarium to add to more, to give me more, you know, a bigger buff to my clock tower. I can always redraw as well. I have dice now. And I feel like none of these are super exciting to me. I don't want to put the planetarium right here. I think I redraw. And I spend gems to do it, because I only have 2 dice. So let's redraw. Oh, I forgot. That's right. We have a Chamber of Mirrors, so of course you can get 2 copies of anything. I don't want to draft a dead end here, man, and I don't need the resources, so I think I spend another gem. Redraw. I settle for a passageway. I'll settle for that. Cost me a key, but I got plenty of keys, and I want the doors. Even though I have the door from the gift shop, but I just want as many doors as I can get. Get them all. Get all the doors in here. Okay, so I still forgot to check the trophy room. We'll get to that trophy list eventually. Let's draft the door over to the right. Is there a security door here? No. Let's draft the door to the right. And we'll use the key. We got so many of them. We might as well. Okay. Geist bedroom to give me even more rerolls, maybe. Adio spreads a whole bunch of gems that we don't really need. I mean, what are we really going for at this point? We should look at our floor plans, because I haven't really thought about what I'm going for other than just more doors. So I guess the patio does that, if it's not a security door, that is. What I'm really looking for is a gold sink, and the only one I can think of is the casino. The showroom, I guess, if there's a moon pendant. So I could just spend some redraws to try to get a casino. And I think maybe that's what I should do. Spend some of these gems that are otherwise going to be very useless here pretty quickly once we run out of rooms to draft. So let's redraw. Let's do better than this. And we can even remove a dark room by and give ourselves a gem back. So let's do that. Oh, a pump room. I might want to do something with a pump room. It could be a security door on the other side, but if it is, it is. but like there's part of me now that wants to do the pump room thing and go down and open up the rest of the boxes at the bottom of the reservoir just to completely satiate my curiosity. So let's take a pump room. Let's do it. And then we can... Let's just go inside and spend the steps. It's fine. Turns out that there is something in here with the metal from the metal detector. Coin. Key. What could it possibly be? I am not seeing it right now. Ah, there it is, a coin down here. Another coin to add to our very... It's getting a little bit dicey if we're going to run out of coins or not. So I'm not going to do anything with the pump room just yet. Let's just keep drafting for now. And I will use a key, question mark, because maybe it gives me a showroom. But it also... Oh, a greenhouse, sure. Locker room is interesting, but I could just give myself another... Oh, I just removed the dark room, but of course there's 2 copies of everything in the pool, isn't there? So that is how this works, even if you haven't drafted. I could see if you could interpret the Chamber of Mirrors text. It doesn't necessarily add a second copy of rooms right away to the draft pool. It just says you can now draft second copies that you already have in your house. So if you were being technical, it's possible that your draft pool has only 1 copy of a room, and then the moment you draft it, the moment you draft that single copy of the pool, now the game adds another one to replace it. As opposed to having 2 in the pool, like we see here with the dark room, right? It looks like there are in fact 2 dark rooms because we just removed one, and now it's back. I don't think I want the green room or the locker room. We've already opened the antechamber. Don't need the lever in the greenhouse. And I don't see the need to go back there, and I don't see the need to go and try to open everything up in the locker room. We could give ourselves a whole bunch more keys, but we have a locksmith. And 310 gold. Let's get this out of here. Okay, probably a drawing room. Don't really need the guy's bedroom. Don't really need the attic either. Is there some... I don't think a sanctum key can appear in the attic. There's no king on his throne in the attic. So I just take a drawing room, or I redraw, because these are pretty meh. And I hope a showroom shows up. Like, we gotta spend some redraws here, right? Right? I'm gonna spend a redraw. These are just unenthusing. Unenthusing? That's the word, right? Unenthusing. Servants' quarters is not very enthusing. Why did I add a second closet from the Chamber of Mirrors? Why did I put that in my pool? Why did I do that to myself? The kennel, huh? We could pet some doggos. Like, it's a room that gets me to the next rank. Gets me up to rank 8. Sure. Okay, fine. I'll take it. I'll take it. There were no dig sites in here, were there? So... Doggos! Hey, buddy. The fact that you can pet doggos. Best feature of Blueprints. Okay. Still don't know... Oh, shit. Oh, shit. How did I overlook this? How did I overlook this before? Well, we already kind of knew what it was. We already kind of knew, but now we really know. This is it. This is the last letter. Our puzzle is solved. Our puzzle is solved. 6 add 6. Lorette. The cat's standing on a T. And it's in the middle column. That's what I hadn't noticed before. I think I might have even thought about castle at some point. Like when I was editing the footage from this first day we drafted the kennel, maybe I had a passing thought, but then I got distracted or something, or it didn't register because I didn't think of this being in a second column, this T. I thought, oh, it's just part of like, you know, C-A-S-T-L-E. Like, oh, there's a T in castle. Like, okay. Like, I just didn't even think about it very closely. It was just this passing thought. There you go. Okay, so confirmation that last word is east. But what does it mean? What does... Oh, there's a dig site here. What does the... Oh, did they react to me digging that up? Did they do that before? Did they bark? Did you bark because I dug the dig site? Did I even have a shovel the first time I came here? I don't know. I don't remember this being open. But, you know, I've missed plenty of things in this game. Okay, so that does unlock this door, I guess. So that's a cool little side effect of doing that. Foyer doesn't really mean much other than it gets us another allowance. That's... whatever. But what else am I going for? Tomorrow rooms. Those would be fine. Foyer would get me up into the corner. It would give me a door into the corner. And that's kind of where I'd like to spend my redraws to get a conservatory. So maybe I just take the foyer and say, all right, that's good enough. And I still have a bunch of redraws for... There's a few other rooms still in our house that we can manage to draft from and spend redraws there. I think this is fine-ish. Let's take the foyer. Spends a key, but we raise our allowance as well. And now we can get a proc from our metal detector and get that key right back that we just... Has that happened in every hallway so far? It happened in the secret passage, didn't it? Or whatever other hallway that we drafted before this. Maybe not the passageway. I think it happened in the secret passage. We got a key there. So this curse is being overcome. We are making headway past the curse. Just like the great Count Gates would lead us to 8 dates and 8 safes. We can get the lavatory out of here, but then we would miss out on a conservatory. So let's not do that. Let's take a conservatory. Didn't even have to spend a single reroll. Boom. We spend a gem, in addition to the gem that we spend. But then we get to check some floor plans. Now, kitchen, music room, courtyard. These are interesting, I guess. I guess. The music room. The music room. I feel like I had a thought regarding the music room, but I am having trouble remembering what thought it was. We know we've got a sanctum key that has shown up, and we've claimed the sanctum key from the music room. That's taken care of. But I am wondering about what other major keys could potentially show up in the music room. Because now we have this cursed coffers. And if our sledgehammer is not capable of removing that lock from the cursed coffers, then maybe we need a key from the music room? So should I make this a standard? I could even make it a common and we could try to get it to show up today. I just don't necessarily want this to be a common on most days that we're drafting. But there might be more to the music room if there are other major keys that we just haven't seen yet, that we haven't seen offered. And maybe we need to be drafting this more. I just don't know if I quite want to go so far as commonplace. I think standard is a good pick, though. Or a good starting point. Why don't we make the room standard? The music room at least standard. The kitchen... we could also make standard. I feel like the kitchen is not really that valuable these days. Sometimes I'm desperate for steps. Sometimes I'm like, so please give me a dining room. Please give me a dormitory. Like at the end of last draft. But most drafts are not like that. So a standard kitchen is maybe a good idea. Would I even go so far as to make it unusual? Am I that much against the kitchen? Probably not. It's probably still a good enough room where you'd want it to be showing up a fair amount. So a standard kitchen might be okay. And then a courtyard. This is a pretty dang good room. It does have key card doors, which can be bad, but also can be good. And we have a break room today that we're probably going to be calling it there. So a common courtyard. Of course, we had... how many courtyards could we have had in our pool if we hadn't incurred the wrath of the shrine? So I thought this was common already, to be honest. When I saw it was standard, that was surprising to me. But I guess that is the case. Do we make the courtyard common? It's a good room, right? You get a gem, and plus you get dig sites and items and Florealis spawns. So that's kind of good, I think. And especially if you make it common, that means it shows up much sooner in the draft, and you don't even have to worry about security doors at all if you're drafting it early in the early ranks. I think that feels like a good way to go. I'm just a little bit unsure about this music room because maybe we've seen all the keys that are in there. I don't know. I'm going to put it to standard for now though, because I kind of want it to show up. I want it to show up a little more often. I think that's a good move. I hope it's a good move. We'll find out, I guess. Yeah. Oh, that's just the sound effect now. When you have the kennel, every time you dig, the doggos are like, yes, dig. Dig, dig, dig. I am a dog and I'm digging a hole. Oh, no, that's not the right song. That's not how that song goes. Well, there's our utility closet. If we wanted to open that door up at the courtyard, it's there. Don't need a laboratory, don't need a vault. We need a way to spend our gold. That's what we need. So I should probably reroll here. I don't even know if I should have drafted this door, but we're here now, and I think we're going to redraw because these just don't excite me. And I mean, I guess I could take the utility closet basically counts as a redraw. It counts as a redraw, right? And if you're drafting in the corner over here, it probably is much more, that's like the likeliest place that you're going to see a casino. Yeah, right? So maybe I take the utility closet just to say, this is like giving yourself an extra die. Sure, I convinced myself. Let's do it. I'm giving myself an extra die, an extra roll that is sure going to come in handy. I know it. These lights don't matter because we're not drafting a red room, but we'll do it just in case. We'll turn on the garage, and we'll turn off that security keycard system. Boom. So now we draft from... Hi, we give dog more pets. Mandatory whenever you pass through the kennel. Otherwise, lose all your steps. It's a secondary curse that's always active by default. I think I'm going to draft from the gift shop because I want there to be an elbow room from the gift shop that points upward. Like I want the game to say, oh, you have a compass? I'm going to offer you casino instead of showroom. Yes, that's how that works. See, it did that. It did it with the library. It did it with the library. Do we take the library here and try to get a casino from it? Am I really just going for a casino? Is that the only thing I want here? Less common floor plans while drafting. That feels like a good place for us to spend our rerolls. Spend them from the library. And in the worst case, there's no real worst case. Like, we could just take the planetarium and say, I'm not going to be greedy here. I'm just going to, get that extra break tomorrow room to buff my clock tower, and we're good to go on that front. I'm going to take the library, though, and then we'll spend our rerolls. And I will also quickly check my books up here at the top. Just for anything new that catches my eye, we have now officially turned in or used our third Sanctum key. Still looking for 2 more upgrade discs. Still looking to solve 2 more gallery art pieces. And 1,242 rooms drafted. That's a lot. That's a lot of rooms. We still have 1 more stamp as well to add to our collection. Did we add any additional scrapbook because we checked the postcards in the... Wow, look at this. Our favorite floor plan is now her ladyship's chamber. Most drafted, courtyard, den, library. We've done a lot of reading. Most paid for, courtyard. Oh, this is like, I could have checked this as well to see what are, you know, the rooms that you're most interested in axing. The vault would be a good candidate. Library, security, entrance hall, most time spent in. The entrance hall is still up there, huh? But there's supposed to be more, yeah. Oh, we added our dead end contest to here. Okay. All right, that's cool. That's cool. I wonder if we could ever get more than 20. Could probably get 21. If you're really, 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 really good. Maybe one day the tunnel. Planetarium and lavatory are right up there. We did make it to the final exam. Oh, and it shows our highest grade achieved. Got it. Well, highest grade final exam, but also the highest grade that we've got, I assume, on the final exam. If we were to ace it, then we would get a better grade that shows up here in the scrapbook. That's cool. We've made some good progress there in our scrapbook. Feels okay. Am I going to check any book on this request form? I'm going to leave it blank because I don't know what book I would want to check again. And it would just be checking it with a magnifying glass because I have screenshots of all these books anyways. And I don't have any, maybe there's more in a new clue that we need to revisit. And so that could be just like, keep going back to a new clue until you are damn sure that there's nothing left to find. But there's also part of me that wants to leave this. Oh, I can't do it now. I can't change it. Okay. I guess we're getting a new clue. Because I was going to leave it blank so that the next time that I draft a library, I can pick the book that I want to have a blank card there so that I can just pick whatever book I need to next. But I guess that's not happening for us. Okay. Could go for another observatory and just get another star. Could do that, and then that gives us the access to that last room there, and then we have 17 gems that essentially would let us spend all our rerolls at that door as well as the door in the top left, and that's how we end our draft. The observatory is we're still a ways from 50 stars, right? So we're not going to get the 50-star reward today. I don't want to get it today, right? So I'll settle for the observatory here. This does spend a gem, but we probably get some gems back from the observatory. There's a good chance we do. This gets us to 48. And then what do we pick up from... Yo, wait a second. Is this a new... No, this is the sale. This is our third sale. Another farmer's apple does stack, but we don't really need it anymore. This is a minor diamond. Cool. The slice is good. Key, fine. And diamond is major as well. Okay, so we got plenty of gems to replace the one that we spent. And now we have plenty of rerolls, but we just we do need to find a casino. That's pretty much what we're looking for. I can't think of anything else that I'm looking for here. So this is where we're spending our redraws. I guess we can take a lavatory out of the pool because we're not taking a parlor. We you know, a parlor to increment our parlor game. We'll do that on another day. But we might as well just... We get an additional reroll by doing this, right? Let's do that. Laundry room, attic, great hall. None of these are exciting. Don't think there's anything in the attic that we would want at this point. So we're basically just looking for a casino, I think. We got it. Look at that. Okay. Alrighty. And... hear me out, guys. We could get a second casino. Because we have a chamber of mirrors. We might not have to settle for one. We could get 2 casinos. Crazy. Look at this. This is ridiculous, man, how much gold we have. Oh, can I not spam? There we go. I was going to say, I can spam pick up this gold, can't I? All right, 200. I wish I could spin for 200. Or 300 I'd probably spin for. But I can only do 100. It says limit 1 wager per day. But does that count if you get a second casino? I guess we'll find out. Because I don't know of anything else that I'm going to spin, that I'm going to, anything else that I'm going to want to draft. Oh my God. Let's go. Okay. All right. That 200 gold prize from the sweepstakes has at least gone to some use. Good. We can feel satisfied about that much. My metal detector is still going off for some reason because there's one coin over here on the floor. Yes, that is great. For a second, I was worried that I had not changed my full screen back correctly on OBS. I got a little bit worried, but of course, I am looking at my screen. So if I can't see the game, then you can't see the game. This is fine. If I see the game, you see the game. Everything is fine. I'm recording, everything's fine. Don't worry about it. What I was going to check, though, is my room directory. Because I was just going to see, was there any other rooms that we want to... There's tomorrow rooms, right? So a tomorrow room or a second treasure trove I would probably go for. Just, like, we don't use the gold, but we get another thing in the... Another note in the chests. And those do seem to be relevant. So we can consider taking that in lieu of a... Well, a second clock tower would be pretty sick, though. We've never done that. Having a second clock tower, that would be awesome. Having double the keys going into your next day. Yeah, I think that's basically it. We're looking for tomorrow rooms or another casino. Or maybe, oh, we could get a second conservatory. There are actually some spicy options here that could come up. So we'll see. We'll see how many. We don't have a chronograph to allow us to rewind our options. So we'll have to see. There could still be some very interesting decisions on this very last door. We still have steps in the kitchen to get, and we're going to be getting a ton of steps from our chef salad with all these green rooms. Let's see about this last door. None of these I care about, so we redraw. And now we have no more rooms left in the house after this, so we can just use our dice here. I'm not going to take a solarium or a dormitory, so we just get rid of the maid's chamber. Don't worry about that anymore. Okay, sauna versus armory versus reroll. Sauna is perfectly acceptable. Extra steps starting tomorrow, extra key. Totally fine taking a sauna. The armory, not really that valuable when I think about it. Like, it's a way to spend gold, but I have been told one of my trusted advisors did reach out to me, and I did receive a bit of a cautionary warning that there is, when it comes to the axe does have a hidden property. The game doesn't tell you about this, but apparently the axe only appears 3 times, or it can only be used 3 times. We've used it twice. So we can only use the axe once more. Now I feel good about the 2 that we chose. The showroom and the passageway feel like good choices. So I don't regret the choices that we made. I don't think I would have done things differently, even if I had known that we only had 3 choices, or 3 times to use the axe. But that is something that I am aware of, just for the record. But do I settle for a sauna here? Like, a sauna is fine, but it's not a second casino. It's not a second casino. And am I that greedy? I have 9 more rerolls. I feel like being greedy. And, I mean, the sauna could come back around, couldn't it? Or the clock tower could come back around. Or the break room. Well, the break room's not that big a deal. Like, these other tomorrow rooms, it's weird with the mail room. How does that work? Would you get your package right now? Would the mail room actually be offered again, even though you've got the Chamber of Mirrors online? But does the game say, okay, we'll make an exception for the mail room because you're supposed to get your package on the following day? So, because if you took a second mailroom, would it say, okay, we're going to deliver you a second package? So now you're going to take the mailroom tomorrow and get 2 packages. I don't know. I think I don't settle for the sauna. It's a fine pick, but I feel like being greedy. If the sauna shows up again and we only have like 3 rerolls left, maybe it's a different story. But when you have 9 rerolls still in the bank, we gotta do better than this, right? Right? Like, just, we gotta do better than a planetarium, don't we? I want to do better. I want to do better. If we miss out on a planetarium, if we miss out on a sauna, it's not the end of the world. I just feel like we can do so much better. Let's roll again. Lost and found, huh? Lost and found. I don't think I settle for lost and found. I don't think so. Second nursery, lull. Reroll. Okay. Down to 5 now. But I still don't want to take any of these. I don't want to settle for these. We're going to redraw. Redraw! And now I'm missing my sauna, guys. Now I'm starting to miss my sauna. Bring it back! Bring it back! A second trophy room, huh? A second trophy room. Let's pick a guy's bedroom so we get more dice so we can reroll. None of these do me any good, right? None of these do me any good without a freezer. So we redraw. Maybe there aren't a second copy of the sauna in the pool, but also sauna I think is a higher rarity. The casino is a higher rarity, so without a solarium, you have the common and standard rooms that are kind of crowding out the rest of your choices. But we keep redrawing. These aren't good enough. Okay, I think I'll settle for the planetarium now. I'll take my tomorrow room. With only 1 redraw left, I can't risk that we're not going to get a tomorrow room or a casino. I can't risk that we're not going to take that risk to try to do better. This is it. This is where we call it. We probably are not calling it a day in the planetarium. I don't even think I'm going to look around again for, like, I have no idea what the secret is supposed to be in there. So I'm not going to spend the steps to go looking for it, even though we're probably still going to have a bunch of steps. But there might be stuff that I want to do in the reservoir. So this is where we need to think about potentially doing stuff with the pump room. I want to go as well and get steps from the kitchen. We have so many coins, so we at least need to spend our steps to get the kitchen, those steps from there, and buy enough keys from the locksmith just to make sure we have enough to open whatever chests we want in the reservoir. If we're going to change the pump room so that it actually can drain the reservoir. And we can do that, right? We can drain the reservoir because maybe we should double check this. Let's actually do that. We have 42 steps. We have more than enough to make it to the pump room and then also still go to the kitchen. So we go to the pump room first. We can go to the pump room first, which means we go to the secret passage. We go this way. And is there anything that I am forgetting? I always feel like there's stuff that I'm overlooking or forgetting, because sometimes there is. It's hard to keep everything in mind that you need to do. Everything that needs to stay. The rotunda, we want to go through the gift shop because of the way that the rotunda, and that does not take me through the vestibule. Don't have to worry about that. But even if I did, it wouldn't be a big deal. Here's the pump room. Okay. Can I just drain the reservoir? I should be able to, right? By sending it to the pool. And then, yeah. So drain the reservoir to send, yeah, let's do that. Assuming let me see, reservoir, pool, 2 and 6. I can do that directly, right? 2 goes to pump 2, and that can be sent to tank 1, which can then be sent to 6. So pump 4 on the wall over here, we want to send up to, this sends it up to the tank, down sends it to the pool. And then this line here comes in from pump 2, and pump 2 then, but we want to first send the water there's already water in here. Ooh, okay, so then can we still do it? We actually can't, can we? No, but we can fill up, that's right. If there's water already in here, we can fill up the additional water. We can always use these tanks as additional water storage. I've made this mistake before. So from here, this goes to the pool. Okay. And then we have coming in to pump 2, coming in through pump 2, up to, we put this up to send the water from the reservoir to this guy. And we should have, we're going to have plenty of steps from our chef's salad and the bananas that we get from the kitchen. This is all going to be fine. This is going to be fine, 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 fine. All right, and then reservoir is now fully drained. And we can leave it there and come back to the pump control in order to, because we want to fill the reservoir back up to the point where we can still get into the safe house when we need it, and the pool is also empty, so we have access to swim trunks. Now we will go through, now we will want to make a stop at the locksmith to pick up some keys, because I don't remember how many trunks were still open there in the... but there is a little bit of a catch because of the way that I've done the rotunda here. No, it's still fine. It's still fine because we can go out through the foundation, right? Yeah, we actually want to go through the foundation because it's quicker. I'm overthinking this, like I always do. But we're going to go to the pool, and then to the reading nook, and then to the locksmith. Just to pick up a few more keys in case we need them. Because Lord knows we have the coins to spend. So we might as well just get an overabundance of keys that we're never... Is the sale actually stacking? It is. The screen says 10 keys, but we're only spending... I'm going to leave it at 200, but I don't see why I would. But it only spent 6 there because the sale actually does stack. Wait, does that mean that this is free? Not quite. It doesn't quite go that far. But there is more of a discount that you get by stacking the sales together. Okay, good to know. Might come in handy somewhere else. Oh, and we get double farmer's apple. So I forgot there's fruit spread around the house. I need to be looking for that. I did not look in the nook, but we are going to go back through the nook because I actually don't want to go through the front of the house because this rotunda is not rotated the right way. So we're going to go back through the vestibule, and we will look for fruit this time. But let's go back in the vestibule. Even if there are some locked doors in our way, now we have keys to get those locked doors out of our way. And we also get to check our trophy case. Our trophy case, which now, of course, has our wonderful, lovely trophy of drafting. Boom. But, we don't have the curse trophy yet. So this is not curse mode, is it? I was kind of suspecting that. It says you've been cursed, but I don't think this is curse mode. It doesn't feel like we're doing this. We need to make a stop. One way or the other, we need to make a stop at the cursed coffers. We should be able to do that by the end of the day because we're going to do stuff, maybe some more sigil stuff in the sanctum. We're going to do the reservoir, and then we're going to come back to the entrance hall to get to the break room. So before we do that, we go by the cursed coffers and we see if somehow our sledgehammer opens it, but I don't think it will. But we'll try. But in any case, we do have 4 trophies now. Except, wait a second. Except we have 5 trophies. Have I've miscounted. Full house, invention, drafting, wealth, inheritance. That's 5. I just counted 4 over here momentarily because I was a dingus. So, kitchen. Kitchen, kitchen, kitchen. And we check for more fruit along the way. Does fruit ever get spread to the kitchen? Maybe not. Maybe there are rooms that are excluded from the can receive fruit spread. Chef salad. 35 steps. Yes. Bananas. Yes. And these are still costing us 1. I did not see how much the chef salad cost. I was not looking to see if we got an extra discount from the sale. But we take all the bananas. 81 steps is good. So now we should be good to go on steps. So now, do I ever... I could, in fact, change... No, we want to go to the foundation. We want to go to the foundation. Let's leave the rotunda the way it is. I was thinking, do I change the rotunda so I can get to the entrance hall more easily? Maybe I do. Because do I need to go back to... I've got the keys from the locksmith. And... I might as well just go out through the entrance hall. Now that I think of it. I think it's actually probably the same amount of steps, but I'm just going to go out through here because there is part of me that wants to check now and see whether the cursed coffers are a thing. And we should have plenty of steps to do that. Keep double checking my map here to be sure of that. Fruit. Fruit. Oh, that's another reason to come back through here because I almost forgot about the coat check. I love my crown. I may never check another item because I love this crown. It was so clutch today. My goodness. What a day to have a crown. Imagine being a king without a crown. Fruit. Fruit in the entrance hall? Did all the fruit get spread to the oh, there's some fruit here. Did all the fruit get spread to the Chamber of Mirrors? Does it act like sort of a conference hall? Does it have a conference hall style effect? Interesting. When will we be able to light this lantern? Maybe never. Maybe never. We're going to wish a coin here because I don't have anything else to do with my coins. Wish that I were getting a curse trophy. Who knows? Maybe the trophy doesn't activate right away. Maybe we did actually get to room 46 in cursed mode, but we'll get our trophy tomorrow. Who knows? Who knows? It does open. Okay, this could be very bad, but we're doing it because this is a video game. And what's the worst that can really happen? It's not going to blow up my computer. So watch. Famous last words. Computer spontaneously combusts upon opening. Cursed coffers. Secret hidden feature. Sledgehammer works apparently. You have a very bad feeling about this. Are you sure you want to do this? Oh my God. Is this really going to make my game? Is it going to make the rest of this file cursed? Like, is this what I'm doing here? Is I'm opening every single draft from here on out is going to be cursed? Like, that's what I'm starting to sense because the game is really making this hard. Or it's really, really, really trying to warn me. And now I'm like, maybe I shouldn't do this. Maybe this is not what we want to do. Oh my God. I don't really want to curse every single draft. Every single draft forever would be not good. I'm going to quickly check my notes from the gift shop. Because that's where I think I have the screenshots of the... What did this thing say? A permanent addition to the shrine. None would dare to open it. Shit. It only costs 13 gold. Permanent addition to the shrine. It really does feel like it's Pandora's box. And this is you never get to take this back. It's not just a 2-day thing that's gonna, you know, there's an end in sight. Shit. If there were ever a thing that I felt like looking up, it would be this. If there were ever a thing during a blind playthrough that I was going to look up online to get some guidance about, this would be it. I'm not going to. Or am I? I'm not going to. I'm convincing myself, trying to convince myself that I'm not going to. But I'm also so curious, you know? That curiosity killed the cat. What's in the box? What's in the box? I am not going to do this right now. I'm not going to do it. I thought about it during my break here a little bit more, and we just don't have to do this right now. The sledgehammer, as long as you have a sledgehammer and a shrine, you can open this anytime you want, supposedly, because it looks like the game's going to let you. So it feels like the kind of thing that we want to do later in the game. Like when I'm ready to really turn up the difficulty, after I've done maybe all my sigils and gotten all the red letters or whatever other threshold that I want to meet in my mind, before I turn up that difficulty, figure out what to do with the microchips. There's so much still to do. There's so many other things still to accomplish, and I just don't want to do cursed mode just yet, if that is what cursed mode is or how you obtain that. Was there a reason I was going to go to the grotto for some... Was there anything that I... Oh, there is. I think we've got the steps to do this. So let's go to the grotto, because I wanted to see... I just wanted to double check whether the... Oh, I have a shovel. I could have checked to see if I had to dig up... Oh, it's not here. So they're over in... The microchips are over in the orchard then. Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. They're wherever you leave them. Supposedly. What we could do is we could just try... this is not going to... Why would this be a thing? But we're going to try this. Okay, Swan Song without the A, without the O. What about Swan Song HS? No. What about Swan Song HSS? No. Okay. All right. Just thought I'd try those here just in case. I don't know what to do yet about security and those, the monitors and the notes and the delete the A and the O and all that jazz. To be continued. But I think we left, I'm pretty sure we left the stuff over in the orchard, the microchips. So they kind of stay where you leave them. Which is interesting, I guess. Okay, let's head to the reservoir. Because we got so many keys, we are going to definitely open all of the chests at the bottom of the reservoir. Assuming I drained it correctly. Also, I'm on the right side of the reservoir, right? All of these things that I haven't done in a very long time. Remembering the details of how they work. But there are still a number of chests to open down here. And who knows? Who knows? There could still be something cool in these chests. So let's find out. Because we got keys that we're not using for anything else. Let's figure it out. Green memos are lies, except this one was in a white box. So that's also a lie, right? Green memos are... I don't think green memos are lies, but it depends what box they're in. The green memos in boxes... The green memos in boxes near this box are both lies. 2 green memos that are both lies. The Sanctum key is not in a box, it is buried. Okay, good. So we know those are both lies. Good. Good, good, good. And this one over here, a black box contains allowance tokens. This is just a pink box with a moon. What did we learn about the pink boxes with moons? They always contain false statements. If the red note didn't convince you already, Only one blue box in the water contains a memo with a true statement. Okay, so far nothing super... Only one blue box in the water contains a memo with a true statement. This blue box has a red note. The box containing allowance tokens is marked by... I don't think there's any box with allowance tokens, but who knows? Maybe there is. Maybe there is. We're going to open them all and find out. It doesn't really matter. The Sanctum key is not in a box in the water. That was true, wasn't it? And this is a pink box with the sun. And I think we learned in the treasure trove that the boxes with suns are always correct. This is where we want to go to our treasure trove here. But I don't think I need to analyze these too deeply. But we should have a note here that says the boxes with suns are true. All boxes marked by the sun contain memos that are true. So that works. So far, so good. Red note in a green box. All green memos found in boxes in the water are true. We never believe a red note, right? Unless it's a red... See, what takes precedence if we find a red note that's in a sun box? What overrides what? Green memos in blue boxes are true. This one has a sun on it. So this could be true. Green memos in blue boxes. Do we have any contradictory evidence? These are both not green notes. We had a green note that was in a blue box here that was telling us about the pink boxes marked with a moon always contain false statements. And we said that was true, right? Because it was the white boxes that were the ones that were sus. Or we contradicted this note. The boxes marked with moons always contain false statements. We found that was a contradiction because it was inside of a moon box. Again, none of this is... I don't know what this all is leading to. I don't know what exactly this is all getting at. Except, holy crap! There are 3 allowance tokens in this box. Okay. Sure. What is this game sometimes? What is this video game? There were actually allowance tokens down here. Bro. Well, you know, I guess we've just been playing that game. We've been playing the game with a little bit more of a challenge by having our allowance. Our allowance is at 63. What is... This is absurd, man. This is absolutely absurd. A white box with a sun. Bro. Could there possibly be anything else other than memos? The Sanctum key is in a white box. I think that's a lie, because green notes in white boxes are lies. And we also know that the Sanctum key was in a black box, which kind of look like brown boxes to me. But maybe I'm colorblind. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Maybe I have no clue about anything. Green memos in white boxes are lies. I think that confirms what we know already, don't we? Green boxes, green memos in white boxes. This is a memo with the sun on it. Box with the sun on it. I think that is right in line with what we know to be true. Pink boxes marked by the sun always contain blue memos. Is that true? Pink boxes marked by the sun? Okay. All right, sure. Sure. We still have 3 more boxes. There were so many boxes down here to open. My God. I think we've found... The box containing allowance tokens is white. That was correct. That one was correct. So, yeah. Just because this one had a moon on it, doesn't mean that the statement was false. White box with the little... What do you call those? A prize is in a box marked by... I think this is false, right? Because it's in a white box. Green memos in white boxes. Can't trust them. And this had a sun on it. All right, one more box to go. One more box to go. And we have done it. Unlocked every single box at the bottom of the reservoir. All boxes marked by suns contain memos that are true. that also, we're getting a little bit of redundant information from the treasure trove. But that's fine. That's fine. Maybe they will also... I don't know. Maybe there's some interaction between opening up all the chests at the bottom of the reservoir and then the chests that you're then offered in the treasure trove. So maybe like we've narrowed down the information that the treasure trove will give us, and now we have to draft it less times because we've already gotten that information at the bottom of the reservoir. Maybe it would work like that way. Maybe not. In any case, we do have a sanctum key, another one, and we might as well use it. I don't see why not. The question is which door. So we go back to our sigils. I need to do a little bit of a zoom out here because why is this slid over? But okay, sigils, sliding sigils. Could we solve Erasia? Because I think we might know the type of travel for Erasia. The only thing I didn't know was what type of weather, but I don't think we have to know that. So I think we do Erasia because I feel like we know that it's poetic. We know that it's purple. We know that it's poetic. And that's, I think, good enough information for us to be able to figure this out. Let's do Erasia, which is the third one. Should be the hourglass, which should be number 3. Let's try that and see if we, who knows, might get another allowance token. I'm kind of hoping we don't. I'm kind of hoping there's something else there. There's probably not going to be a sanctum key, but who knows? Maybe there's a microchip. That's really what I'm hoping. I'm hoping that there's going to be a microchip behind one of these sanctum doors. But there could also be our last floor plan. It's possible. There might be one more floor plan down here. Oh, shit. Okay, so the hourglass is actually number 4. Okay, I think we want to do that before we do Arch Ares. We want to do that one first. Because I don't exactly know what moat to put for Arch Ares. I do have a pretty strong suspicion that the weather is stormy, but I don't need to know the weather. I just need to know the moat, I need to know how many rays, and I need to know the color. I know the color, which is yellow. But I think I'd rather do Erasia first. I think that's the one we want to open up here. And that is the hourglass. Feel pretty certain about that. Let's do it. It's interesting that the hourglass is not in the same position as they were on the mantle. The mantle goes hourglass mountain. Down here in the inner sanctum, you get mountain and then hourglass. Presuming that these line up. Yeah, okay, that's correct. So let's see if we can do this. See if we can figure this out. We're getting a little bit of frames here, just because the game has been running for a long time, but hopefully we'll be fine. Hopefully it will all work out. I feel pretty strong, though, based on the clock tower, that this is not that one, but the next one, right? Poetic. And we did see this in the clock tower, didn't we? Clock tower was here. And yeah, that's poetic. And we do also see that it looks like it's normal weather for Erasia. We just need to pick the right number of rays, which I think should be... We want to pick that first, actually, because that's going to re-roll the border. So we want it to be 3. I think it's train travel. I think we want it to be 3. Does this make sense given what we see on the clock tower? It kind of does, doesn't it? Because you can have 2 of these moats without a ray in the middle. And that could totally happen on this sigil. I think that's correct. Now we just change to the right color, which should be purple. I feel pretty strongly that this is correct. And I'm wrong. And I am so wrong. Okay, if it's not train travel, I feel like we don't know enough about Erasia. Like, this is purple here, right? We've got the lines. The way these lines are on the border, that's purple. And this is poetic, right? We've got the right... I mean, if I'm being particular, it feels like these are... These look a little bit different than the one here. The one here only has like 5 petals. If we're being really, really strict about this, I can see, like, I know it's far away, but I can see 7 petals. There are 7 petals on these motes. Is that the same way that it is in Realm and Rune? Go to our motes here and see. It kind of looks like there's 7 petals. But if it's not this one, it doesn't match any of the others. That's the thing. So I think this is just one of these, like, unfortunate oversights. I don't know if it's an oversight or if it's done intentionally. It feels like the right moat. And it feels like the right border. We just don't have the right sort of travel. Let's see if we can figure it out before brute forcing it. Can we figure out what... Like, maybe it's roads, streets, and carriages. Could also be horseback. Because that would have room. You would have part of the sigil where 2 moats could be next to each other without having a ray in between, which is what we see on the pottery. So let's re-roll the moats here. I guess it could be this one as well. But I don't think of Erasia as aviation and dirigibles. I don't think of them that way. What was this one again? Camels and pack mules. Arid or desert trails. That doesn't really... I don't know. Like, again, what do we have to go on when it comes to Erasia? What do we have to go on? We kind of know their stamp, I guess. If we look at the stamp, I don't know if I have a zoomed in view of the stamp from my stamp collection. Maybe I have it from the mailroom. There could be a zoomed in version from the mailroom, so that might be in here. Okay. Okay, here we go. There's a lady with a hood. Like, maybe there's like a palm tree in the background there. I don't know if this... Do we see water in the foreground? As in, like, this is on the shore. Like, you can see there's either a river or a sea that's nearby. The Eastern Rain. Huven Nevhu. I don't think... Had I looked at this since we learned Erasian? I don't know if I had. Erasia Arai. That's what that says, doesn't it? Erasia Arai. Erasia into the future? Or Arai is just future. Then you have Huven and Nevhu. Huven and Nevhu. Let me copy this and let's put this down. Let's put this here next to our sigils. Let's bring this down here. And then what I wanted to look at was, I wanted to go back to doing a little bit of a notes review on the spot here, but maybe this is what I should be doing more of in general as we're playing the game here. It's part of the game, isn't it? What I wanted to look at was Nev and Ven, the start of, the end of. And Hugh, we know, is house. So the start of, or new house, old house. New house, old house. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. New house, old house. In any case, I don't think it helps us figure out the type of travel that takes place within Erasia. So if trains were not it, like, man, are we... I don't want to brute force this, but it kind of feels... The next one I would try would be either roads and street carriages or horseback. Let me see what they look like. Let's at least just look at them. There's our turtleback travel, which I suppose could be a thing, but I feel like turtleback travel is only for Vera. Could be wrong. It's not this one. We can rule this one out. It ain't 8 rays. It could be 4 rays. This one could work. I could see this one working. And then we would change the border back to purple. That's pink. That's green. That's purple. So this would be road, streets, and carriages, similar to Fenaries. This feels a little bit like brute forcing, but I am not sure where else we're supposed to get this information. I'm not sure where else. The other one I was going to try was going to be horseback. This guy right here. I think we have to cycle all the way around. All the way back around to purple. Is it horseback travel? No. Am I completely off base with the moat that I've chosen? That's tribal. What was this one again? I feel like this is the right moat. Like there's part of me that's like doubting what we've seen in the clock tower as somehow like, is this not the Erajan symbol? If it's a purple border, doesn't it have to be? If we're assuming that realms do not share colors, because we saw the note in the treasure trove that said they did, except it was part of a, it was in a white box. We cannot trust anymore green notes in white boxes. But I mean, it could still be a different mode of travel. That's the thing. And I feel like I'm at the point here where I'm just going to go through each mode of travel because I feel like we've figured out this is not a pure brute force, but it is kind of a brute force. If we just go with what we're pretty sure is the correct moat and what we're pretty sure is the correct border, but we just keep cycling through. We tried this already. We tried train tracks. We did not try dirigibles. I don't see how it could be this one. I don't see how it could be this one. But then again, what happens if I end up brute forcing this? Just for the, like, camelback travel? Maybe it's like a desert realm. And camels are the way of the realm. But then there could be some other detail that I have completely forgotten about. Something else about this sigil business that I've forgotten about. Huh. Is that all of them, or is there still one more? There's turtleback travel. It's not going to be turtleback travel, though, is it? No way. There's no way. Could happen, right? We know that realms could share travel. But this is not it. This ain't it. No way. There's something I'm missing. There's something I'm missing here. And I don't know what it is. Like, I feel like there should be an extra button or something that would allow me to change the style of the rays. The style of the rays to, like, denoting the weather. Like, now this is the same. It's just a straight line. It's just a straight line on this one. It's just a straight line here, just like we had here. But we can't change that style of line. All we can do is change the number of lines. which in one sense is good for me, because it's one less variable I have to worry about. But also, I would have thought that we could figure out what the erosion sigil would be, because we already kind of have part of it from the clock tower. But apparently that's not the case. What am I missing? I'm going to add a question mark here for the poetic moat next to Araja, because now I'm not sure if this is correct. I don't know now if this is actually correct. My enthusiasm for the sigil puzzles after picking up Realm and Rune, it is diminishing just a bit, because I feel like I'm hitting a wall. But that usually means that there's just something I'm missing, and we got to keep mulling it over. Hope for that fresh brain energy. So I think that's what I'm going to do for now. Yeah, what I'm going to have to do is just wait until I'm editing this footage and go through, take notes on what I've actually tried, note down what combinations of things have been tried on each of these two sigil puzzles so far, and see if anything clicks. Because right now, I don't have any answers. So for now, we will make our way back to the pump room. And we still have plenty of keys here in case the vestibule decides to be a little funky with us. We also have plenty of steps. Either way, we are making it back to the pump room to reset things back to the way we had it before. Because now, there really should be no reason to go to the bottom of the reservoir. I think we determined that the treasure being buried was not a thing because the note was a lie that thing was in. So we just switched the direction here to send the water back to the reservoir, and we need to do it just enough here. We need to reverse the direction on the pool to send this back to the from the pool up to the pump, or the reservoir tank. So we send that back. But we also want to make sure that the reservoir is at the right level, which I should have taken a note of before. Maybe I'll check my footage to see what it was at, but hopefully this just works. Hopefully this just works the way that we've got it. Is 6 the correct level? I think it is. But I'll probably double check it to be sure. We can check my notes, actually. I should have this in my outside the house. If we go to where... Was it the sealed... No, the abandoned... No, what part of the was it in the reservoir? The underpass. That's what it was, wasn't it? The underpass had this. The entry level is at 6. And that's what we want here. So 6 is the right level. And we can completely drain the pool as well. And then life is good. So... And then we have our path that leads us back to... I don't think there's any other... I'm not going to do anything else with the conservatory, I don't think. I think those changes that I made are sufficient. The music room... Now that I know that the coffers, the cursed coffers, opens with a sledgehammer, I could put the music room back to unusual, because maybe we don't have to get the music room to get a key to open that cursed coffers. But I kind of want to leave it as standard for now, just because we haven't really been visiting the music room all that much, and maybe there's more to that room that we need to be checking out. So for now, let's go back, let's make our way back through to the break room, because this is where we will wrap up this installment of Blueprints. Thank you all, as always, for hanging out with me to the end of the video. If you did enjoy it, consider doing the YouTube thing and hitting those buttons down below. We don't need to grab any more keys, but we have coins to spend, so we could just do that, just to have some fun. Because otherwise, these coins are going to waste. So let's do it. We just grab a whole bunch of coins, because sale! Sale! And then we will look to end our day in the break room. The most important thing, though, that we were able to accomplish today was, holy crap, we got the clock tower. We got this thing. Oh, is it closed? Oh, it's closed up. Oh my god, it's reclosed. Oh shit, so it's, I don't know if that's even just a one-time event. Could you reopen that if you came to the place again at the right time the next day? I don't know, but I don't see any reason that we have to. But that's crazy because we tried doing a similar thing before and we didn't get it to work. So I don't know what the deal was. We've checked in our crown though. We've taken care of that business, and I don't think there is anything else on the agenda. So let's call it a day here in our lovely break room. One of these days we might call it in the planetarium, but not until we at least get to 50 stars on the dot, which we're going to try to do on day 37. But day 36 has been awesome. Clock tower, sanctum key, get. Shrine cursed us over. We had to overcome at least the initial cursed mode from the shrine, maybe not the official cursed mode. We'll see one day what happens when we open those cursed coffers. This was a really fun draft though. We got to do both Draxus the Dead combined with the Southern Cross, and it ended up feeling fine. Vestibule, fine room. Rotunda, 2 rotundas in one house. Chamber of Mirrors as well. This is fun. I want to see more notes in the treasure trove and see if what else there is to learn. Is there a king on his throne in the treasure trove that I haven't noticed? Maybe I need to take another look at my footage and see what stuff is in there. We're trying to figure out these mysteries. We're trying to figure out sigils now. I don't know what I thought I knew on sigils. We got work to do there. So much work to do still in this amazing video game. And I can't wait to see what happens on day 37. Thank you all very much for joining me, and I hope to see you in the next one.